All right, we're going to go from here. I think it's going to be a bad day today. I think it's going to be a pretty low-watched, low-viewed show. I think it's going to be nasty business today. We got a lot of dropped frames still. It is officially an OBS issue and not a Rumble Studio or any issue like that. It's well, this is bad. And, you know, interestingly enough, on the day we decide we'll give YouTube another chance, that's fascinating. There's just, you know, that's the thing about things that are true but not, like, immediately documentable, is it makes you look insane, but you know you're right. So you got to treat everyone who doesn't understand it like they're stupid. But, you know, that's going to just make you look more nuts. And I think it's designed that way. But anyway, I'm not liking this. I'm upset about it. Hit share, hit like, hit subscribe. I'm sorry about today. What do you do? What do you do? Please buy a new real computer. OBS plus Mediaite is too much strain. No, it had nothing to do with our CPU. It had nothing to do with our memory. Nothing to do like that. All of that was fine. This is 1,000% just OBS being Bucky. It happens once every couple of months. Nothing you can do. It's good now. So as long as it's good now, let's be happy. Let's rejoice and be merry. And we'll do ourselves. Let's do a Steel Toe show. Let's do ourselves a program today. Here's what we're going to do. Today's show is not going to be watched by a lot of people. Today's show is going to be, we're going to have low numbers today. So do what you can to help us out because we've been on a roll since we lost YouTube, ironically, the day I decide to bring it back. Interesting problems. Oh, by the way, we're going to talk about H1Bs and immigration and the Epstein stuff. So I fully expect to get struck or limited or have my reach strangled or whatever. So watch on Rumble, enjoy on Rumble. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I don't like it. Cheeto says, I was getting ready to start listening to the Ox and Gary Z. Might as well. Nefarious says, no, I'm here for Epstein. You're going to get Epstein. You're going to get all of it. All of it. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Get us in the algorithm on whatever platform we're on. We need your help today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. 250 is the number. You guys have had a lower goal all week because you've been so incredible. Thank you so much for that. One more to knock out. You know what? I think a big 20 membership drop on Rumble or YouTube might really calm my nerves. I don't think that works anymore. I've been doing it for 5 or 6 years on the internet. That guilt trip doesn't work anymore. You got to have the dumbest fans alive to have that work. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, be right back. Listening to the best of Johnny Rock. Mild says it's the Chicago Bears fucking with you. We're going to beat the Bears. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to beat the Bears. McCarthy's going to look great again. Make McCarthy great again. And then we're going to be 5-5, and we're all going to have hope. And the Packers are struggling, and we're going to play the Packers in Lambeau, and we're going to beat them. We're going to go to 6-5, and then something fucky's going to happen. Guys, if you think the Vikings are just done for this year, you don't understand how Vikings football works. They have a lot more hope to give us. All right? They have a lot more hope to give us before they take it away. You think the Vikings are just going to fuck off at 4-5 and just go, oh, we're going to have a ho-hum bad year? The Vikings don't have ho-hum bad years, okay? The Vikings have giant moments of hope and then complete Hindenburg-like disaster. It's like the Trump administration, really. $1 from Silverwolf says, fuck it, we're doing it live. Fucking thing sucks. I am. I'm like really, I'm holding back my Bill O'Reilly maxing right now. Main Vein says this show is a shit show. It really is. It really is. Hobo Chili says Mike Ditka coming back to coach one game. You're fucked. Didn't he just die recently? I'm thinking of butt kiss, aren't I? I always get Ditka and butt kiss confused. Oh God, I didn't help myself there either. Today's going to be a disaster. Go ahead and take pity on me. Was it Dick Buttkiss, Mike Ditka? See how you can get confused? Dick Buttkiss died 2 years ago. Mike Ditka. Talking about Ditkas and butts. He's 86 years old. Oh, and he just celebrated a birthday about a month ago. Happy 86, Mike Ditka. All right. Ditka's still alive. Oh, God damn it. Now if Mike Ditka dies today, guess who they're going to blame? If Mike Ditka dies before Monday, it's going to get blamed on me. Mike, stay alive, buddy. Stay with us. You've got a lot more story to tell, Mr. Ditka. Meat Snack says, Jesus H. Christ, this Epstein stuff is as annoying and as important as Aaron's haters and him always talking about them. Not always talking about them. I goof on them for a little bit, and then they lose their shit. It's fun. You guys don't handle it very well either. I will say that, Meat Snack. All right, let's get into it today. H-1B visas. When you have a show that's getting off to a shaky start, and the first half hour has been technical issues, you want to dive into an issue that has as much flair and sex appeal and Sydney Sweeney, American Eagle jeans ad gossip ability as H-1B visas. But you know what? Fuck it. This is important. This is really important because this is how they're taking jobs away from Americans. You know how South Park did that episode where they lampooned, conservative people who'd be like, the immigrants, they took our jobs. Right. And it was this myth. And then during the Biden administration, it was like, what conspiracy theory are you talking about? Great replacement theory, where we're going to bring in a bunch of immigrants from second and third world countries to take jobs away from you that Americans can do. And then it all just became so obvious that if you didn't acknowledge it, you were just retarded. Well, H-1B visas are the new thing. Remember, this is the H-1B visas were the original Epstein files. This was the thing that was going to tear MAGA apart at first because Trump's donors, the wealthy billionaires, they want the H-1B visas. Most of these H-1B visas, by the way, are given to people from India and China. And the government would have you believe, and these companies would have you believe, well, we need these H-1B visa workers from China and India because Americans, they're not good enough to do these tech jobs. Americans can't do these jobs. They don't know how. They're not qualified. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that on average, H-1B visa immigrants work for 30% less in the same job than an American does. It has not. Yeah, corporations are really concerned with quality and ability of employee. And, coming from a place that doesn't speak the language, I'm sure you'll be great in the workplace. These H-1B visas are ripping off Americans' birthright, choking and pricing them out of the job market, and the administration is endorsing this. Now, there's one guy in the administration who is not endorsing this, and I'll tell you why. It's because the guy thinks he can become president someday, and he sees this as a sinking ship, and he's starting to get the fuck off it, and Peter Thiel is probably telling him behind the scenes, hey, buddy, maybe don't tie yourself to the president. Maybe start doing your own thing a little bit, and that man is J.D. Vance. Now, the reason we titled today's episode H1-Bullshit is because H-1B visas are back in the news, and they're back in the news for a very simple reason. The Trump administration, who wants to seem like they're Make America Great Again, America First, for the average American, they're endorsing these things. They're saying they're great. And not only that, here's where the Trump administration is blowing it, and I don't think it's redeemable at this point. Not only is it we're right on these H-1B visas, or we're right on, Epstein is a hoax, or we're right on the economy. Anytime regular Americans who were MAGA and voted for Trump say, I'm sorry, Mr. President, you're wrong. This isn't true. This isn't accurate. We're living it. He says you're either a hoax, you're lying, you've lost your way, you're not America First, you're not MAGA. I mean, how do you expect people to keep following you if you just take their legitimate concerns and Trump is great if you approve of what he's doing. if Trump starts going down the wrong path, if he has enough billionaires to whisper in his ear, all of his country club buddies, that he's doing a great job, he'll ignore all the rest of us. He is no populist. He is no man of the people. Never has been. But he's a great marketer and he's a great salesman. But the sales job ain't working because the product ain't getting delivered on time. So let's go into some of this H1B stuff. There's a lot of clips we got to get to with this. Packer Backer says, oh, man, I've got ads again. Who has a membership? Gift that man a membership. Let's get rocking and rolling today. Thank you, guys. Los Federales with $1 says, no team shits the bed like the Toronto Blue Jays. I'm still feeling that pain. My whole city is still feeling that one. 2 outs from being World Series champions. We shit the bed hard. Look, I will say this. As heartbreaking as that must have been for you guys, you got to admit, if Toronto is in a World Series, it's guaranteed to be an all-time classic. Sorry, but you're 2-1 in those classics. You got the Braves, you got the Phillies. Just couldn't get the Dodgers. Veldrain with $1 says, now for something that doesn't matter. It finally happened. DSP had a $0 donation stream. Oh, my God, I'd end it all. I'd be donezo for good, man. Forget it. I'd be done. You couldn't bring me back from that. There's no way in hell. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and let's go into this H1B mess. Now, let's start with what they are, what they really are, not what the administration tells you they are. Fox News' Will Cain did a great report on this. Will Cain broke down H1B visas, where they come from, what the labor force is like, and what the cost is to the American worker. Let's play this from Fox. Then we've got clips from Donald Trump talking to Laura Ingraham, insulting Americans, saying they're not smart enough to do these jobs. We got J.D. Vance, who I think just entered the 2028 primary. And then we've got Ben Shapiro telling us that, just suck it up. Because Ben doesn't care because he's not an American. He's an Israeli. You don't get dual, in my mind, you don't get dual loyalty. So you got to pick a side. And in my mind, Ben Shapiro has clearly picked the side of Israel. So Ben Shapiro shouldn't be having an opinion on H-1B visas because Ben Shapiro isn't an American. But I will say this.
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
We have that drop now. I'm very excited for it. We also have a new $5 drop if you didn't know. I'm very excited about that one too. All the gifted memberships and stuff get a very fun drop. Let's go to Will Cain, who looks like a 1950s cigarette ad, and let's see what he's got on H-1B visas.
700,000 H-1B visa holders in America. Now, who is coming to this country to take these high-skilled jobs? As I mentioned, STEM fields dominate the occupations. And most of the workers come from India. In fact, 70% of H-1B visa holders come from India. Another 10 to 15.
Hey, guys, but they're not replacing you. If you're an American, especially if you're white, you're not being replaced. Why would you think we're bringing people from shithole countries in here? Wait a minute. Isn't Trump the shithole countries guy? He's the guy, I don't want people coming here from shithole countries. Breaking news, India's a shithole. Like a disgusting rat shithole. They literally have holidays where they throw shit at each other. India sucks. Don't bring people here from India. China, you got at least a 50-50 shot that anyone you bring here from China is a spy. One thing the Chinese government is they're very efficient. And if you're going to America, they're going to want to talk to you. They're going to want some information. We shouldn't be bringing anyone here from China. Nobody here from China. We don't. And it's not that we shouldn't bring anyone here from India for national security reasons. We just don't need them. We don't need people from India in this country. It's not necessary. How many Americans can't afford a house? How many Americans don't have a job? How many Americans are underemployed? Let's work on that. Oh, well, the American people are stupid. They don't. Let's have training programs. Let's have different, how about instead of giving Israel money, how about instead of paying Middle Eastern countries not to attack Israel, how about instead of doing this shit with India and China, why don't you take some of that tariff money you like to brag about, and why don't you create STEM training courses so that Americans can do these jobs? No, it's just his billionaire donors like it this way.
15% come from China. 80% of H-1B visa approvals are for entry-level or junior-level jobs. That's a little hard to stomach when we hear that we're not talented enough or that we're not skilled enough for these jobs when you consider that most of these jobs are actually at entry or junior level.
You get on-the-job training, so you can't be unqualified for these jobs. They'll show you how to do them. It's just that the people from India and China will work for cheaper. So don't lie. That's the thing. That handicaps the rest of us really bad when we argue this, and I think that's the point. They want to be able to just call you a racist. But that's not what it has to do with. It has to do with the fact that corporate America, and by the way, these are the guys that you guys don't want to tax, by the way. These are the ones that you guys think are oh so good and oh so noble and oh so amazing. It's time to wake up and smell the coffee. The reason Mamdani won in New York City is not because of far lefty liberals. It's because of end stage capitalism. These fat fucks who have fucked over our economy and ruined Gen Z and Gen Alpha's chance at access to the marketplace, to class mobility, these guys have gotten away with raping a country, stealing its resources, and just pocketing it, and then sending it overseas. Meanwhile, the people who are actually here struggle. And who do they turn to? They turn to a Zoran Mamdani because Mamdani goes, I'll get those fat cats for you. Now, that's not a good idea because Zoran Mamdani's idea is going to drive even more wealth out of this place, and it's going to be an economic nightmare. But you have to understand the people voting for him are voting for him out of a very real frustration. And that real frustration is these corporate, I guess we'll use the term fat cats, these businessmen who use these H-1B visas to not only box the American worker out of high salary gigs, but then take 30%, put it in their pocket, and bring some Indian over here who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, lowers the actual quality of the work being done, but they saved 30% and you don't have a job.
Jobs.
And by the way, that's the other thing. We blame the Indians. That's the mistake we make. We blame the Indians. We blame the Chinese. Don't blame the Indian people or the Chinese people. If I was offered that deal, I'd take it too. You got to stop admiring these multinational, disloyal, unpatriotic, no nation loyalty having cunts who do this stuff and then manipulate you into thinking they're the cool guys. Elon isn't one of the cool guys. Elon's an oligarch. Peter Thiel isn't a cool guy. He's an oligarch. I don't care that Bezos and Zuckerberg and all these guys switched over to Trump. They only did that so they could manipulate him and get what they want. It's the same thing, the pharmaceutical. The minute we start thinking of these tech guys the way we think of bankers and pharmaceutical corporations, the better off this country is going to be.
And it's definitely to the benefit of corporations, tech companies that can hire foreign workers, trust me on this, cheaper than American workers. This is laid out, by the way, by billionaire tech entrepreneur Palmer Luckey.
That can't be. I hate this guy. Don't make this guy a cool guy, please. First of all, his name's Palmer Luckey. Don't trust a guy like that. That's his name might as well be Sean the Scammer. But don't trust this guy either, because there's always those rebels and renegades in tech. They're just the guys in waiting to be the next scumbag.
So much H-1B abuse. You would not believe what I saw when I was in Silicon Valley. It is insane. It's obviously a program to try and replace U.S. workers with basically slave labor that can't ever escape. The H-1B abuse is crazy.
It's not, but that's the problem. They keep calling it H-1B abuse. They're not abusing H-1B. That's exactly what it's set up to do. The H-1B visa program is set up to save corporations money and replace the American worker at a cheaper rate. Elon Musk is not a patriot, okay? He doesn't have allegiance and loyalty to the United States of America. None of these guys do. They come here to exploit it, and they come here to lobby the politicians and get the laws changed in their favor. These people are not our friends, and we need to resist them. And you need people who are what Trump claimed to be. But the problem is when you get a guy, if you want a guy who is what Trump is, you are going to have to vote for an insane guy. I'm sorry. There's no way of getting around it because the way the media has framed this, the corporations have framed this, and the politicians have framed this, anyone who speaks out about this stuff is insane. They're crazy. They're a conspiracy theorist. You're a nut. You're going to have to vote for a lunatic if you want to fix this stuff. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says Palmer Luckey is Matt Gaetz' brother-in-law. Take that for what you will. I don't like that. So let's go to our next clip. We've got, this is the one where Kristi Noem goes on Fox News, and she brags that during the Trump administration, the visa approval process has been sped up and more immigrants have become naturalized citizens than ever before. Why do you think that is? You think that Zuckerberg and Musk and Thiel and all these guys jumped on the Trump train in 2024 because, oh my God, they finally saw the light and they're MAGA conservatives now. These guys had a plan. They used your president. They turned him. He's a Manchurian candidate now. He's not for you. He's for them. You know why? Because these people will pat him on the back, tell him how great he is, tell him how smart he is. Our president is an easy to manipulate guy. But at one point, we were manipulating him. We were manipulating him with attaboys and adulations. Stop going to the fucking rallies. I mean, it doesn't matter now. He can't run again. But stop going to the rallies. Stop giving him the attention. See what happens. He'll beg for it. He needs it. But now these billionaires tell him that he's brilliant and he's maybe the greatest president who ever lived. And now those are his buddies. And that's the reality he lives in. That's the bubble he's in. That's why anytime you try to tell Trump any different, he says it's a hoax. Let's go to Kristi Noem on Fox News here, bragging about the fact that under the Trump administrations, more Americans are being pushed out of work.
What is the administration's position on these visas?
And we're going to keep using our visa programs. We're just going to make sure that they have integrity.
Make America great again. America first, right, Kristi? You're for us. Kristi Noem, the dog killer. She kills dogs when they're not useful anymore. Well, guess what, guys? We're the wounded puppy now. I got news for you. The American worker, the American citizen, they're the wounded dog on the farm. And Kristi Noem's got her rifle ready.
We're actually doing the vetting of the individuals who come into this country, that they want to be here for the right reasons, that they're not supporters of terrorists and organizations that hate America.
That's a really fucking low bar, lady. I'm sorry. Hey, we're up in the visa program. I mean, sure, we promised the American people that they were going to get jobs and we were going to bring back American manufacturing, which you can't. You can't compete with some of these countries and their labor costs. But we're going to bring this all back and Americans are going to have jobs again. Smash cut to 10 months later, and it's, hey, this is awesome. We got so many visas going out. We're naturalizing so many citizens. I thought you said you were going to make America great again. Oh, don't worry. We have rules on the visas. What are they? You can't be a terrorist. Well, no shit. That's like saying, hey, I'm opening a daycare. I need daycare providers. I hired a record number of daycare providers. Well, that's great. That's awesome. But I'm sure you've done the necessary background checks to make sure you pick the right daycare providers, right? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, it says here you've underspent by 30%, so you've saved money. That's good. What kind of background checks do you have? None of them belong to NAMBLA. Well, I mean, yeah, I would hope that any random person I picked off the street would not be a member of NAMBLA, but what other ways have you vetted these people to show that it's good for the daycare that they work here? They're not in a kid fucking club. I mean, that's pretty good, right? I feel like we should really be doing more work than that. I certainly wouldn't be bragging that that's the work you've done.
And that's what I think is so remarkable is under the Trump administration, we've sped up our process and added integrity to the visa programs, to green cards, to all of that. But also more people are becoming naturalized under this administration than ever before.
Remember when this was the administration that was going to be tough on immigration and Tom Homan was going to boot everybody out who was here illegally? Now we're just bragging and sucking cock about how many people we've naturalized from somewhere else. And by the way, is somebody who's better at reading eyeballs and faces than me. Is there pain in her face? Maybe it's all the, the frozenness of her face, but like, is there pain in her face as she says this? Because sometimes you can pick up these people and you can tell this job is killing them and aging them terribly because they have to carry water for shit they don't believe in. Do you see any kind of pain or remorse on Kristi Noem's face as she talks about this?
More people are becoming citizens because we're not just streamlining and building some processes back into our immigration policies. We're also making sure that these individuals that are coming into our country and get that privilege, that they actually are here for the right reasons. The Biden administration let thousands of terrorists into this country. They opened the southern border.
What?
They abused our asylum programs, abused our protective programs and visa programs.
Right. All we're doing is phasing out American workers and giving their jobs to some, that doesn't speak the fucking language very fluently and pocketing the extra 30%. So, hey, we're not the Biden administration. Isn't that great, guys?
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
And we fixed all of it. It's remarkable what President Trump has done, and it's because he's a great leader. He's a visionary, and this man is going to go down as a legend in history as our greatest president ever.
Oh, I agree he's going to go down as a legend, but not as our greatest president ever. Now the only thing he can do to save his legacy is, because we know he's implicated in the Epstein files, release them all and burn everyone. Because what Trump doesn't understand, because he's a fucking moron, is that they're going to leak everything about him. They're going to leak everything about him. He's their Nixon. He's their boogeyman. Learn from Richard Nixon. I'm sure if Nixon could do it all over again, he'd fight harder on Watergate to expose it was a CIA plot. And he would also burn everyone else down around him on the way out, because Nixon thought it was a fair game. He thought everyone was being upfront and honest with him. He was a little naive in that regard. I cut off one arm, and then I cut off the other, and I'm not a good butcher. But in Trump's case, they're not going to release all the Epstein files. These Democrats are not going to release all the Epstein files. They're going to release everything on Trump. So the only thing he can do while he's still in office, and I don't know, I'm not sure he's going to make it to 4 years, is he can unload everything. And yeah, it'll make him look really bad. And he will be branded for however many years he's got left on this earth, and he'll probably burn in hell. But take everyone else down with you. At least do one goddamn selfless thing for the American people. We would appreciate it.
Madam.
Oh,
Wow.
is this Harry? I'm going to guess that this is Harrison Smith on InfoWars.
Very bold statements there.
That's Harrison, isn't it?
So let me translate a little bit. Again, this is almost verbatim what the Biden administration would say when they were asked about the
it's Harry. It's Harry the Hitman.
Immigration crisis. During Biden's administration, when they were asked, what about the crisis at the border? They would say, we're working really hard to deal with the influx of immigrants. We are speeding up the process to make sure we can get them in here as safely and quickly as possible.
Yay.
Like, that is literally the opposite of what we want. That's the opposite.
Right, exactly. Oh, look. There's Vivek Ramaswamy. There's Kash Patel. By the way, I was looking into Kash Patel. You know, this whole girlfriend thing, because I don't give a shit about that lawsuit or his honeypot girlfriend or anything like that. But like, Kash Patel divorced his wife and then found this younger chick, and now he's like enamored and in love with her. It's like, Kash, you're a sucker, dude. You are such a sucker. You better hope she's a Mossad honeypot. You better hope that Kash Patel's girlfriend is an Israeli agent, because at least then the fucking you're getting is just professional. You know, it's an intelligence agent who's out to get info from you. You better not hope she is what she probably is, which is a gold-digging whore. Can I get sued for that one? In my opinion, Kash Patel's girlfriend is doing this all for her career, and she's not actually attracted to this Oompa-Loompa-looking motherfucker, and she's an absolute gold-digging, clickbaiting whore. Can I say that? That's where Elijah Schaffer fucked up. Elijah Schaffer called her a Mossad agent. That would be great for Kash. I mean, Kash is lucky if she's a Mossad agent. At least they'll just fuck you up professionally. God, Kash, look in the mirror, buddy. Look at yourself. And I mean, like, truly analyze yourself. and just look and go, do you think she likes me for me? And then when you're done laughing, try to fix your mistake. Let's go to a couple of people here before we continue on with this H1B stuff, because we've got not Kash Patel, JD Vance actually sticking up for the American people. We've got Donald Trump calling us all stupid, and I'm not going to tell you what side he comes down on. But guess what Ben Shapiro had to say about H1B visas? Hey, if you think that my take on Ben Shapiro being not an American and not giving a excuse me, this bubbler, I will say I'm liking having the bubbler with like the 1/3 caffeine, 1/4 caffeine, but it is more carbonated than the Celsius. But if you think Ben Shapiro ever gave a shit about this country, I've got a great H1B visa segment for you. You can tell that Benny Boy's bills are still being paid by billionaires. All the way. All the way. Let's go to a couple of people here. MN Vikings with $2 says, I see you're not on YouTube. What happened? We're on YouTube. What are you talking about? We're on YouTube right now, my friend. Nobody's watching on YouTube. Because YouTube, and by the way, I knew this was going to happen. The more I talk shit about YouTube, the more they're going to strangle our reach, for sure. So come on over to Rumble, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, because Rumble does send our show out to more people, the more people who come in and hit like. So please do that. But MN Vikings, we are on YouTube right now. It doesn't surprise me that you can't find me on YouTube. YouTube's going to get rid of us because of our opinions. YouTube has targeted us. They're going to get rid of us. Thank God we can do it without him. Redbird with $1 says, no way the younger hot girl is after an older guy because of his wallet. You shouldn't speak on subjects you lack experience in. Thank you. Dr. Doom with $1 says, Muslim wins New York. A few days later, an ISIS monster walks in the White House and gets his dick sucked. Nothing to see here, people, right? We got the Syria thing later today. A couple people have already said, are you going to talk about this? Are you going to talk about this? Trump was very funny with the leader of Syria, but unfortunately, the guy he was joking with was a former Al-Qaeda chief, general guy. Yeah, we like him now because he helped us overthrow Assad. Because you know who wanted Assad overthrown? Oh, don't worry. If I tell you who wanted Assad overthrown and who we got rid of Bashar al-Assad for, I'm just a crazy conspiracy theorist and an anti-Semite. Forget that it's factual. $1 from Hulkamasha Baby says, okay, devil's advocate, you always say legal immigrants, but now there's some form of legal, you're pissed off again. So it is only legal immigrants or fuck all immigrants. I'm at the point now where I'm at fuck all of them. Let's make this country good, then we'll start taking people in again. Because you can't fix our immigration policy because there's nothing to fix. It's not broken. It's operating exactly the way the people in charge want it to operate. And it's operating in hostility to the American people. It's stealing their jobs, discounting them 30%. Why, dude, wealth inequality doesn't get as bad as it is in this country without somebody putting their thumb on the scales. All right? This is not capitalism. Stop pretending that if we try to take something back from these billionaires who have raped and robbed this country blind, that somehow we're violating the tenets of capitalism. These oligarch cocksuckers have been violating the real tenets of capitalism for really since Teddy Roosevelt stopped busting up the robber barons. After Teddy Roosevelt, they've been doing it. We need another Teddy. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, and now, oh my God, Trucker 18-wheeler. Thank you for the $2. No, we don't. Jeez. It's getting a little heavy in here. Redbird with $1. Oh, we did that one. That one. Meat Snack says we have to work with someone in those shitholes. No, we don't. No, we don't. That's the thing. Have we tried not fucking around? I love when people say that. They're like, well, Aaron, who are you going to get in the Middle East? Nobody. Let them figure it out themselves. I'm not going to fuck around in their region. I'm not going to fuck around with their mortal enemy, Israel. I'm certainly not going to pay them off to not kill Israel, and I'm not going to pay Israel to kill other people. I'm going to leave them to their own devices and let them manage their own region. All we want to do is trade for oil. That's it. I mean, people think that they're like, hey, if we stop fucking around in the Middle East, I mean, it's all going to go to hell. What the hell has our foreign policy done? How many towers you want? Like Ron Paul said, get the fuck out of there. Well, that's not a direct quote from Dr. Ron Paul, but get out of there. Redbird with $1 says we stopped only taking people that wanted to become Americans, and we took everyone that wanted the American lifestyle while keeping everything else from their home shithole. I don't disagree with them. MN Vikings with $1 says, if you tried Red Bull sugar-free, they keep me going through the overnights. I like Red Bull sugar-free. I do. But I like Bubbler. I can't say Bubbler right because before my daughter got old enough to say all of her words properly. Doesn't that suck, by the way, when your kids start saying words right? I hate that. That is one thing. Like I looked at, like I'm kind of, like I'm a little bit like a woman as I approach 40. Because like I asked SP the other day, I go, what do you think about, because we're the same age. She goes, I said, what do you think about? And I threw it out there as like not like a planning thing, but like a what if, just kind of a scenario. I go, what do you think about, like, what if another kid happened? You know? But it is like when your daughter starts pronouncing words correctly, it's like, it's kind of sad. You know? Because my daughter used to say, Dad, can I have a bubba? And now I can't stop calling, they're bubba's. Or like my daughter, we used to ask her something like, hey, honey, where'd your tablet go? Oh, it's over there. It's over there. Oh, no, she didn't say there. She would go, it's over there. And now, like, I still say that to her. I still go, oh, honey, it's over there. And she goes, Dad, I don't talk like that anymore. I said, I know, what the fuck is wrong with you? No, I don't. Anti-Steel-Toe people are so insane, they're going to be like, he yells that in his daughter's face. But it's like, I want her to say over there. Can you talk like can you be like way behind developmentally for a little bit just so I can have those memories back? Can that? So yeah, when they start saying, when they start saying words right, then I don't know. Just kind of bums me out a little bit. 245 is our number for today. 20 memberships away from 400. Richard Head says, Aaron, why don't you stick to topics you know about, like cake and queso and fucking other guys' wives? Dude, if you don't think I'm fucking crushing it on this right now, you need to open your eyes because I'm fucking drilling it at the moment. Hey, if Aaron's crushing it on H-1B visas and giving you the shit that the corporate media won't give you, put a green light in the chat. Throw a green light in the chat if Aaron's killing it on H-1Bs right now. Richard, I'm nailing it. You could learn a thing or two. Keep your mouth shut and your eyes open, and let's fucking go. What do we got next? We got we have Kristi Noem being a sellout. So this is the shittiest one. This is Donald Trump telling the American people that the reason we have H-1B visas is because they're not smart enough to do the jobs. And look at all those green lights in the chat. Keep them going, baby. Keep them going. Keep those green lights up. We're loving it. We're loving it. Well, no, Baba Shab, that's not what I meant. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, Richard Head makes a decent point, though. You're mostly known as a queso and a cake expert. Okay, that's a decent way of putting it. But I'm trying to branch out. I think that's important to diversify your field of expertise. Dr. Doom with $1. Oh, no, we read that one, Dr. Doom. You said I didn't read yours. We did it. Thank you for the green lights and proving Richard Head wrong. I appreciate it. Thank you, David, for the $1 on PayPal. You'd all be dead now if it wasn't for my David. So here's Trump talking to Laura Ingraham. And the question comes up that, hey, you remember when you said that you were going to make things better for all Americans and you were going to get Americans jobs and the economy was going to come roaring back? Well, now we've got all these H-1B visas going out there. And all of these H-1B visas are, 30% cheaper pay. And the American people get phased out of the job market. Well, it can't be that Donald Trump isn't keeping his promise. it can't be that Donald Trump's wrong. It's got to be that we're all stupid and bad. You know, Trump, I'm sorry, guys, Trump is starting to sound a lot like Joe Biden. Remember when they would ask Joe Biden about the economy? Go, the economy's great. Economy's going great. We got an amazing economy. I can't do it, Joe Biden. I'm sorry. But he would show us the stats. He would go, look at the Dow. The Dow's going like this. And they were like, yeah, but the way Americans feel is going like this. Everybody's fucking broke and depressed, and they can't afford a house. Yeah, but the charts are going, look at the charts. Trump's being the same way. It's like, hey, the American people are experiencing groceries not going down. The American people are experiencing inflation not getting better. The American people are experiencing everything still being shitty. And Trump's like, it's all a hoax. They don't know what they're talking about. The American people, they're not smart enough to get it. So Trump and Biden both are incapable of fucking up. And really, that's a trait shared by all presidents. You know, I mean, you got to be a psychopath to want that job. So admitting you're wrong is not really a thing they're good at.
Republicans have to talk about it.
And does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration?
Gotta go. Gotta go. We don't need them.
If you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't.
No, you don't. You hear that, guys? That's your America First president. I'm trying, guys. I got MAGA viewers. I'm trying to wake you guys the fuck up. This guy doesn't care about you. This guy doesn't give a shit. For some reason, I do. I love you. And I want to see the place I live prosper and do well for everybody. This guy doesn't give a shit about you. You've always been a vote to him. You've always been a checked yes box to him. You got to start telling this fucking guy no. And I mean, you got to go to the mattresses on it. I'm saying you got to ask for his impeachment. You got to ask for him to go. You got to say, we'll get rid of your stupid ass. We'll vote for fucking Democrats. That's what you have to do. Shit's not going to change until you threaten these people to do something really crazy, like vote for retards.
Have talented people here?
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment.
You're teaching these Indians. Dude, we're already getting so throttled on YouTube. Like, that's not going to help. You're already having to train these Indians that come in. You can't train an American worker who, I don't know, speaks the language. Plus, that American worker, his friends aren't going to tell me that my car warranty's up.
An unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles, or I'm going to put
How did we ever do it before?
Well,
When you and I were
I'll
growing
give you
up.
an example. In Georgia, they raided because they wanted illegal immigrants out. They had people from South Korea that made batteries all their lives. You know, making batteries are very complicated. It's not an easy thing. It's very dangerous. A lot of explosions, a lot of...
You can teach people. There's training programs. Like, maybe you take all that foreign aid, you take all those military bases, billions of dollars a year we spend in Japan, Germany, and all these other places. I don't think the war is going to break out again. And you bring that money in and you create training programs. Training programs for American citizens to get American jobs in American factories. What a fucking concept.
Problems. They had like 500 or 600 people, early stages, to make batteries and to teach people how to do it. Well, they wanted them to get out of the country. You're going to need that, Laura. I mean, I know you and I disagree on this. You can't just say a country's coming in, going to invest $10 billion to build a plant, and going to take people off an unemployment line who haven't worked in 5 years, and they're going to start making missiles. It doesn't work that way.
Oh, so we have to sell out. Then what's the point of taking the $17 billion investment or whatever you said? What's the point of taking? Because at that point, now you're just selling our country to the Koreans. Oh, thank you very much for the $17 billion. What's this going to do for the American people? Not a fucking thing. You're all retarded and lazy. I mean, then what's the point? Why take? The only reason we take the billions of dollars from these companies is so that it benefits the American people. Not the Trump. It benefits the billionaires who cover the tab. He became what we always worried he would become. And now with the Epstein stuff, I'm sorry, he's going to double down. Yeah, Sam Show says you can't take people out of the unemployment line and teach them to make batteries, so you import Mexicans and Indians to make them, which are significantly more retarded. Root says the Indian government is paying to train their retards basic tech skills to put a dent in that $1.5 billion street shitter population. That's right, unload them on the U.S. Right? Oh, no. Are you okay? I heard something hit the ground. I think it was just a cup. Was it my fault? I thought maybe I fucked up. When I went to get my water Yeti, I thought maybe I left something laying down up there. Sorry, I'm just yelling about brown people. Okay. She goes, it's fine. You get used to me yelling about brown people at somebody. Like, hey, I'm down here. I'm sorry about the yelling about brown people. It's fine. Brian says it was reported in San Diego yesterday, 13% of freshmen in college couldn't do first grade math. 81% couldn't do eighth grade math. I mean, and you know, I'm sorry, but it's intentional. So now we got a guy. I think this is the most interesting contrasting clip we have, and then we'll get to Ben Shapiro shitting all over you and I, just shitting all over the American people. You know, the country he visits when he's not at home in Israel. J.D. Vance. And I don't want to like J.D. Vance because of the connections to Peter Thiel and the AI stuff and all of that. But, you know, J.D. Vance is smart. J.D. Vance knows where his bread is buttered. And I think he and his benefactors see the writing on the wall that Trump is fixing to go down hard. And so he's distancing himself from Donald Trump. You just saw Trump tell Laura Ingraham, the American people, no, they're not smart enough and talented enough to do these jobs, so we got to go get them from India. Well, J.D. Vance was asked about H-1B visas, and either he didn't get the memo from the Trump administration on what the talking point was, or this guy just entered the 2028 primaries. We'll play the clip, and you guys can decide which one it is.
But I make a couple points about this. First of all, I've heard a lot of the criticisms, the fear that we're going to have a brain drain. If you go back to the 50s and 60s, the American space program, the program that was the first to put a human being on the surface of the...
That was black women. I watched that movie. These black ladies did that on a chalkboard. That's what the space program was. It was overweight black women doing math problems. What was the name of that movie? It's one of my favorite... Was that a Farrelly Brothers comedy? I can't remember. It was like Colored something. No, not Colored People. But yeah, it was a movie about how, did you know the American space program was all black ladies? Really? Wow. We're DEI maxing even back in the 60s.
Moon was built by American citizens, some German and Jewish scientists who had come over during World War II.
Wait, what? One more time? JD, the space program was built by, we kind of glossed over that part.
German and Jewish scientists who had come over during World War II.
Wait, the German ones, what were they? That's weird. Like after World War II? That's weird. What were those German ones doing during World War II? You didn't need to say that part. We all kind of knew it. Yeah. The American space program. It was built by German scientists after World War II. Oh, you know, we should have gotten a head start. Why weren't we working on this space program during World War II? We could have gotten those same German guys. Ooh, no. Why not? They were busy building really awesome rockets for the Nazis. Oh, like they contracted with the Nazis. Oh, no, they were full-blown Nazis. They, really, but Werner von Braun, like he was just a nerdy scientist building rockets, right? Like he wasn't a Nazi. Oh no, he starved Jewish slaves and made them work in his factories. He was a complete prick. But Werner von Braun, he wasn't down with all that shit. He was just doing it because he had to. No, despised the Jews, couldn't stand them. In fact, really seemed to enjoy using them as slave labor. Oh, we just had him build our space program, huh? Well, we had to beat the Russians. Okay, well that's and now that you put it that way, it's that I mean that sounds kind of evil.
some German and Jewish scientists who had come over during World War II, but mostly by American citizens who had built an incredible space program with American talent. This idea that American citizens don't have the talent to do great things, that you have to import a foreign class of servants and professors to do these things, I just reject that. I actually think we invest in our own people, we can do a lot of good. You've heard that criticism in particular as the president has talked about cracking down on foreign student visas and their abuses, but I think that's actually an opportunity for American citizens to really flourish. And here's the...
I agree with him, and that's the end of the clip. It cuts off rather abruptly. I'm sorry. Good for JD. The only thing is I'm just paranoid that he's like I said, a teal plant. And he's going to fuck us over in the end, too. It's almost like we're at the point where we have to pick shotgun or handgun, which one you want. But he's right. I mean, oh, and by the way, it is interesting. Trump wants to, it's amazing what all roads lead back to. Like, just follow the money and see who benefits from what Trump is doing, and you'll see who he's serving. Why? I want to see if anyone in the chat gets this. Why does Trump want to clamp down on the student visas? Why doesn't Trump want to bring in students? What are students doing right now that he doesn't want to bring more of these young foreign? Remember, we're not talented. We're not very smart, us Americans. Bunch of dum-dums, quite frankly. So we got to bring all these foreign workers and foreign students in there. Why does Trump want to limit the foreign students that are coming in here? Let's go to our chat. Let's see if you guys, no, not because they're all fake and gay. That's not it. It's not fake and gay. Paying attention. We're not going to protest, says Zen Man. Okay. Those foreign students they bring in, what are those foreign students protesting? Why is Trump all of a sudden, he says we're not talented, we're not smart. Well, then you should want to bring in all these smart young people so they can do all these jobs. Why? Really? There you go. Trucker 18-Wheeler says all of them are against Israel. Yes, they all protest Israel. Like, honestly, they're all flying Palestinian flags. They're all, encouraging, globalize the Intifada, which, by the way, just means rebellion. Intifada is not like some crazy, evil terrorist word. Intifada just literally means rebellion against Israel in this case. Yeah. If you bring in foreign students, they all think Israel is evil. And Trump's donors and Trump supporters don't want him bringing in people like that. Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says, isn't NASA proof we need H-1B visas? We couldn't do it on our own. Yeah, JD, you could have picked a better example that wasn't, something built by Nazis. Thank you. Dub says, I don't know who made V1. Werner von Braun. And Albert Speer, the head of armaments for the Third Reich. The V3 could have destroyed London. It was 90% or close to it complete before bombed. I saw what the V3 rocket did. The Soviets had it in Command and Conquer Red Alert 2. Is that? I think that's it. Cleaner says, I call for rebellion onto Aaron for not reading the chat. Well, guess what? We're at 245 today. Let's knock that number down, and I'll be glad to hang out with you guys. I appreciate it. Look, we had a lot of tech issues at the beginning of the show. YouTube is bound and determined to kill us, so I highly encourage you guys to go to Rumble, which it looks like you are today. We're a little over 500. It's going to be a lot lower today just because of the tech issues at first. You lose a lot of people when that shit happens. But we were at 800 yesterday. We bring back YouTube, and YouTube just strangles us. And unless you actively go to our channel, you're not ever going to see us on YouTube. They hate our guts. And it's not going to get better after this. But Rumble loves us. Rumble treats us very well. So keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow. Yeah, I'll hang out with the chat, absolutely. But look, today's our final day of the week. We're 245 away. It's we need a win for the toe, and then we've got a perfect week. It's exciting. It's exciting stuff. Help us out. All right, so here's the last thing I have on H-1B visas today. Then we'll go to a little more lighthearted stuff before we get into Epstein. I'm not gonna trauma blast you today. But here's Ben Shapiro. Guys, you're going to shit your pants when you find out what side of the H-1B visa debate Ben Shapiro is on. It's wild. Ben Shapiro is for H-1B visas. And in classic Ben, here's a tell I've discovered from my years of studying Ben Shapiro. Here's a tell that Ben has. When Ben doesn't have a list of facts and figures, and facts don't care about your feelings to bludgeon you over the head with, you get insulted a lot. You know, if Ben is using a lot of ad hominems and a lot of personal attacks, Ben is really insecure about his position. Now, I use a lot of ad hominems and I use a lot of personal attacks, but that's just because I'm an insulting guy. I'm a dick. Ben Shapiro likes to pretend he's not a dick. Ben Shapiro is kind of like a cornered snake. You know, if he feels threatened or he feels like he's not, getting the upper hand, Ben's going to strike and he's going to call you all kinds of names. Let's see how Ben Shapiro handles the H-1B visa issue.
There are, in fact, certain positions in the United States that require a level of expertise that may not be reachable in the numbers that are currently being churned out by American universities.
I watched a video where an Indian village gets together once a year, collects cow shit, and throws it at each other. I'm sorry, Ben. You're not going to convince me that we can't outwork these people.
That is a shortcoming of our educational system, and it is a problem. And so you can say we should up our game, educate. I agree. We should absolutely.
And by the way, they just get away with saying this shit. Show me some facts. Show me some figures. Show me a chart. They keep saying, oh, they're just not smart enough. Statistically, show me. Because I can show you this. H-1B visas. Average salary of H-1B visa immigrant versus other entry-level jobs in tech of American citizens. 30% lower. Fact, look it up. 70% of H-1B visas coming from India because they work cheaper. Fact, look it up. But Ben sits here, President Trump sits here, and they all repeat the same talking point. Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. I'm sorry. American citizens aren't smart enough and our colleges aren't cranking out talented enough people. Show me, because I'm skeptical of your claim.
Absolutely up our game educationally. But in the meantime, if you do not bring in the labor supply, particularly to tech, tech will go find the labor supply. And so what you will end up with is an office that was employing 30 Americans and 3 H-1B visa people. If the costs grow too high, simply moving to another country where they hire 30 Indians and 0 Americans.
Fucking do it then. Go ahead. When is this country going to stop bending over and pretending we're not the fucking global superpower that we are? Go ahead. You want to go do tech in Mumbai? Go do tech in Mumbai. I fucking dare. We're going to sell it to you anyway. We're going to give away all the American jobs to people who live in Mumbai. At least go over there and go employ them there. Go have your headquarters stink like shit in a dirty city. Go ahead. That's why American workers don't get hired, because we don't pull our fuck you card out enough. And these companies go, well, we could just go to India. I fucking dare you. I dare you to go to India. Your first big inhale in the streets and you'll come running back. And then we'll talk.
Right? This is the problem with the reason companies offshore is not because it's easy or fun to simply move your company somewhere else. It's because the labor cost becomes so prohibitive in the United States that companies move away.
Boy, I wish we had an America First president who would say, I don't know, slap tariffs on places that did that. How about that? All these companies, they want the access to the #1 market in the world, which is America. But they don't want to pay the cost to play with the boss. Well, let's make them pay the cost. Come to America, hire American workers. Well, no, we don't want to. We want access. We want to use you. We want to suck your life's blood out, but we don't want you to benefit from it. Okay, that's cool. Where are you going to be? Well, we're going to be in India. All right, 180% tariffs on Indian tech goods and tech work. How's that? Well, come on. You can't do that. Fuck, I can't. Stay here. All right, well, what are you going to do with the H-1B visa program? I'm going to take a big, wet, sloppy shit on it. How's that? Fuck you. We're America. Play by our rules.
And you can try to tariff them back, but all that does is artificially raise the price on Americans. Again, we're talking about...
For a little bit until they feel the pain and they come work with us.
Affordability. There are trade-offs in economics. Autarky comes with the fun feeling that everybody in America is making American product. It comes with the very large downside that your products are economically inefficient, they don't work as well, and you're not globally competitive.
Yeah, so why try? Why throw your weight around? Why point out that you're the deepest pockets in the restaurant? I mean, just take the slop they feed you. Don't fight back. Boy, Ben really doesn't sound like a guy who's patriotic to this nation, does he? Ben just sounds like a guy who maybe his company is run by billionaire tech guys. And that maybe Ben's feeding you a load of horse shit while pretending to be on your side. So what, Ben, your message is what? We should root for the tech billionaires? Let's root for the tech billionaires while they take our jobs away from us.
All policies have trade-offs. It is also better for the American people, broadly speaking, to bring in the best from other countries. Now, how do you determine the best?
Cheap. Come on, Ben. Be honest. Cheap. That's what the best is, according to tech and every business. And I can't blame them for that, but don't let them do it. How do you determine the best? Are you going to give me this bullshit? Is this the same bullshit you feed us when you say, well, American college graduates will just start cranking out talented ones? What? What's your proof of that? My own asshole. Oh, well, how do we determine the best workers to come from overseas? Let me guess, same asshole? I'm guessing we're going to get the same asshole.
You can make, again, the case. The H-1B visa program is fatally flawed. It's not bringing in enough of the best. I will point out that many of our best founders in the United States are either immigrants or the children of immigrants who came in on H-1B visas or who came in just generally without an H-1B visa through other forms of legal immigration.
Okay, name them.
As students.
Name them.
And the reality is that maybe our screening procedures should be different, but we need to see specifics on what the screening procedures you're applying are.
Why? You have not given us one specific on your horse shit. Here's my specific. Americans don't get screwed out. Careful, Aaron. Americans don't get screwed out of jobs so that they can bring someone else who doesn't belong here and pay him 30% less and fuck over our citizens while housing prices somehow continue to go up. There. Now show me your shit.
That would allow for there to be, for example, an Elon Musk American citizen creating tens of thousands of jobs. Or the head of Google, Sundar Pichai, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Or the head of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, creating tens of thousands of jobs.
I don't care if there's some Indian at the head of that program. Employ American workers or we're not going to be so fun to work with. We're getting to the point here, guys. You can't be for billionaires and for the people. It doesn't work anymore. The gap is too big. The interests are too different. If you're for billionaires, you have to fuck over the working class in America. Because being for billionaires, what do they need? Cheap labor. You can't get it here. So I have to be against them. I'm against them because what they want to do doesn't jive with what I need for my children and the future generations of this country. They are anti my family and people who look like me. And people who were born where I'm born. So you can't sit here and go, I love Elon Musk. All these tech fanboys got to go because they're too retarded. They'll kill our country accidentally. They'll set it on fire. You can't be for these billionaires and be for the American people because their interests are not with us.
Now you can say that maybe if those people didn't exist, there would be an American who just did that job. But that is now living in the realm of theory.
Realm of theory? That's all your bullshit is. Our universities aren't cranking out people talented enough. Shut the fuck up, Ben. You know that's not it. It's just that those people would like a salary where they can live in an apartment. Those entitled little shits.
It's not living in the realm of reality. Brain draining other countries is also a good thing for America in terms of our own global competitiveness.
Old globalist Ben. You know, one thing I do appreciate about Ben Shapiro is that he always will tell you the quiet part out loud. He will get there. He will tell you the quiet part, which is, hey, we can brain drain these other countries by bringing in. Okay, wait a minute. We can brain drain other countries by what? Fucking over Americans who are already here? Great idea, Ben. Sounds awesome. Unbelievable. Bigot on socialist media says, I don't know if I want to headbutt Ben Shapiro or Dave Portnoy more. Ryan says, Aaron, but that is capitalism. You think the way we work with billionaires and the way we interact with them now is capitalism? Because I believe it's oligarchy. I don't know why we hate Putin so much. We run our economy almost the same way Putin does. I mean, it's a system of bribery and working together. MSO says, I don't mean this in a bad way, but damn, the show. Dude, today's show is fucking awesome. Today's show is killer. If you're not if you're not into the topics we're discussing, that's fine. But the show itself, this is the kind of show I like doing. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Aaron, Keanu said last night that I've got a huge penis. I'll wait. Well, congratulations, buddy. Congrats. Thank you very much. All right, we are 2:45 away from today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Numbers on Rumble, fantastic. YouTube in the shitter. I am openly hostile towards YouTube, and they are going to continue to strangle us. They're going to try and teach me a lesson. They're going to say, you will comply, you will be good. I won't. They will have to. They'll keep sending our show to fewer and fewer people. Rumble and Twitter and Kick and Facebook will continue to go up, up, and up. Fuck these people. Support this show. Hit the goal. Let's show them that they suck ass. What do you say? Gift those memberships. Throw in a couple of bucks. Thank you to David for another $1. I appreciate that, buddy. So, fuck Ben Shapiro. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck all these people. Let's talk about chicken and waffle sandwiches. That's what we need to get. I purposely prepped the show the way I did to make sure that we didn't go heavy shit into heavy shit. I got a guy killing his coworker with a sledgehammer. I've got chicken and waffle sandwiches. I've got the end of the shutdown, the Epstein stuff. I got all of it. We're jumping all over the place today. But one thing we need to do, hit the goal, especially on a show where our first 15 minutes got wiped out by tech issues and completely crushed us statistically today. After one of our biggest days we've had in a long time. Almost seems intentional. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and throw some money at the toe for what has been an incredible show, an amazing show. Hit thumbs up. All right. Chick-fil-A is doing something that should be considered a no-brainer. This is actually embarrassing that it took them this long to do this. Chick-fil-A is testing chicken and waffle sandwiches in 2 cities. Just put it on the fucking menu. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. Now I get it. I was wondering, why don't they just do the chicken and waffle sandwich? That's a no-brainer. It's Chick-fil-A. Oh, you know what? I don't think Chick-fil-A is going to end up with the chicken and waffle sandwich now that I think about it. I want to see if anyone in the chat is as smart as I am and is thinking the same thing. Because when I think about it in my brain, which is a non-racist brain, I go, chicken and waffle sandwich, chicken and waffles is delicious. We should absolutely. Why isn't Chick-fil-A doing this? This is corporate malfeasance on their part. They're screwing this all up. And then I go, chicken and waffles. Why wouldn't they want a chicken? Oh, Chick-fil-A closed up. You know what? Let me just see if you guys are getting it here. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. There it is. All right. I'm seeing. Okay. That's racist. MSO. Sam Show. That's racist. That's really bad. I mean, I thought we could talk about this, but we could kind of skate around it. I didn't know you guys were going to cut the middle of the cake. I thought we were going to cut maybe pieces out of the outside first. No blacks, whites only. Clientele Bigot on socialist media says, who wants to eat this? Bro, we got to find your inner brother. Your inner brother. You got to love chicken and waffles. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking about getting one of these chicken and waffle sandwiches, and I want to have like a little syrup packet, like a ketchup packet, but I want it to be maple syrup. And I just want to put a little bit on top in the squares of the chicken and waffle sandwich, and then let that syrup sink into the waffle bun, if you will, of the chicken sandwich, and then have a delectable, sweet, syrupy chicken and waffle sandwich. This should be a no-brainer. But I forget Chick-fil-A hates black people. I can't prove that. And if somebody from Chick-fil-A stepped to me on that, I'd say, I'm sorry. I'm going to take that back on tomorrow's show. I love the idea of a chicken and waffle sandwich. They should absolutely be putting it on the menu. I promise you that there have been discussions at Chick-fil-A, and they're very Christian, so they don't want to admit it. But when they started talking about this and started the idea of doing the chicken and waffle sandwich, I guarantee they said, what's this? And they raised it in like a corporate boardroom kind of way, but they went, what's this going to do to demographics of our clientele if we do a chicken and waffle sandwich? Because here's what Chick-fil-A doesn't want. Chick-fil-A is very happy that they're the not stabby chicken place, and they see Popeyes as kind of the stabby chicken place. I feel like maybe if it's a demographic issue for Chick-fil-A, which I don't think it should be, but I'm going to play devil's advocate, if it's going to be that kind of a deal, then maybe we let you do the chicken and waffle sandwich, but then like somehow cooperate with Popeyes where they release a spicy chicken and waffle sandwich. That way, you will get the people who want to eat the chicken and waffle sandwich, but you'll split the demographics. The whites can't handle much past ketchup. So if you do the chicken and waffle sandwich at Chick-fil-A, but the spicy chicken and waffle sandwich at Popeyes, you'll keep the demographics the way you want while still getting the profit margins of including the chicken and waffle sandwich. I think this is a brilliant idea. I know you guys don't like to give me a lot of credit for how fucking brilliant I am, but that one's pretty good. On a Wall with $1, thank you very much. He said, you said you wanted to do this one today. We'll get to it. We'll get to whatever it is.
My grandparents also could.
Ben Shapiro on Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, and Zoran Mamdani. Is this the home ownership thing? Yeah, fuck him. We'll get to that later. I don't want to bum people out too much, though. $1 from Redbird says we're not all pasty, fat, middle-aged basement dwellers that eat our feelings. Some of us don't like eating like fat fucks. Fuck you, dude, with $2 says, Jesus, Aaron, why not just inject fat straight into your body? Would be quicker than eating that slop. Redbird with $1 says, definitely not beating the dewlap allegations with this subject. Come on, fuck you. Like a chicken and waffle sandwich isn't good. MSO says, I've never been to Chick-fil-A. Well, let me help you out. So a Chick-fil-A, like think of Popeyes, right? But less flavor. Think of like a Popeyes that a Swede would like. That's Chick-fil-A. So basically Chick-fil-A gives you like the old computer days where they would give you like the hardware and you could fuck around with the innards of the computer and dick around with it and play with it. And, and you could be like kind of a builder, if you will. I guess you still can today. But like, I'm thinking like Apple One type of shit. That's what Chick-fil-A is, the chicken sandwiches. They give you bland jailhouse chicken and you get to spice it up with all kinds of different sauces and shit. And then their waffle fries are pretty good. So it's like Popeyes, but for Scandinavians. That's what Chick-fil-A is. And Cane's is for retarded people. If you know a guy who will eat shit out of the toilet, you know a guy who loves Cane's. Veldrain with $1 says, this is the question that is the deal breaker. Can the chicken waffle sandwich be purchased by EBT? Oh, yeah, congratulations to all the Snap and EBT. You got a big payday coming. You got a big payday coming. We're going to see a lot of lobsters. Go to Costco this weekend, or whenever the deposits are coming in for the back pay for SNAP. Go to Costco or wherever you go to the meat counter, go to the seafood counter, and see if you got a lot of people wearing those shower cap looking things buying shitloads of lobsters and shrimps and shit like that. I have a feeling. I just have a feeling a lot of people who were bitching 2 weeks ago are going to be eating good in the neighborhood, at least for the next 4 days. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I've never eaten chicken and waffles in my life. Cool. How is it in Naziville, dude? Root says, I made chicken and waffles like 2 weeks ago. I even sprang for the good syrup from Canada. Roots, are you like me where you're gay? No. Are you like me where if you see syrup in a glass bottle, you go, that must be better than the other shit? I have no idea if it is. I've been buying the glass bottle syrup for a long time, and I still have no idea if it's any better than fucking Mrs. Buttersworth or the plastic bottle shit at Walmart or Aldi or anything like that. I have no idea. I just know that I buy the glass bottle shit, and I've convinced myself that that's the purer, healthier, better syrup. The glass bottle shit. That's, bring people over to your house, you break out the fancy syrup, they know you mean fucking business. Kraken Slappin' says, what do you want to do? Put grape drink and watermelon on the menu too? All right, relax. I want to put a fucking chicken and waffle sandwich on the menu at Chick-fil-A. I'm not running the fucking Underground Railroad here, okay? Bigot on Socialist Media says chicken and pancakes, bro. You're hopelessly lost. You got to go eat chicken and waffles this weekend, and you'll figure it out. You'll understand. Cocktiff says, I'm going to take Bapa's mom to Red Lobster with my EBT. Wow. You know what? That's great. You hear that, Bapa Shab? He's going to take your mom to Red Lobster. That's very nice of him. So you should thank him. Say thank you. MSO says, is it me or is Aaron starting to look like Jiminy Glick? Now I'm not going to have a chicken and waffle sandwich. Thank you very much. Grand Poobah says, they serve chicken, Aaron. Black people are already dining there. Well, they'll get more. Chicken and waffle sandwich will get you more brothers. That's for sure. Cocktiff says, Bapa, she'll fuck me for nothing. Just wants her worthless CP watching son out of the basement. Why are Cocktiff and Bapa Shab fighting? Why is this necessary? Here's the other one thing you know about me and my chat. I love when they fight with each other. So, A, why are you distracting me from this delicious topic with another delicious topic of you guys fighting with each other? Trucker 18-Wheeler says if they put it on the menu, they'll have shootings every night. What do you, where's Bapa and, here we go. Bapa says, Cocktiff, you can't keep up, son. Time to go back to the field. Oh, shit, he's calling you a black slave, dude. What are you going to do? Snowcat says this isn't any back pay. Their November payment is just 2 weeks late. Well, that's what I meant by back. They're going to give them the money they owe them. Sorry, I should have been more clear with how I was saying it. I'm just saying the last 2 weeks they've made good. They've figured out they've lived. So they're going to consider this. They got 2 extra weeks of their SNAP. The worst part about SNAP coming back, says Packer Backer, is the additional store traffic is all people filling their carts with my money. Well, living in America. MSO says unless you're using pure maple syrup, you're using sugar water. It's not true, MSO. Mine's in a glass bottle. God, so stupid. Main Vein says, Aaron, I don't know what you're talking about. The Chick-fil-A here is full of, we call them black people, but I understand what you're trying to say. It's the reason I never eat inside the restaurant. I got to be honest. All the shit I'm talking right now, I'm a Popeyes guy. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought I was going to the hip, black, cool chicken joint. Turns out Chick-fil-A has already got it on lockdown. Son of a bitch. Zen Man says, I get my syrup from a metal log cabin like a normal person. Well, of course. Glitched One says, I grew up with maple and always bought it for myself. Recently tried that plastic bottled crap and it was absolute shit. There you go. Approachable says, if it's in a glass bottle, it's healthier. Well, that explains the double chin. I didn't say my logic on the syrup was solid. I just said that's how I feel. Somebody with $1 says, Aaron brings up gay way too much. Uh-oh, we've got a clip. Oh, no. I got to scroll up. Where is it? I can't find that one. I can't find the one you just sent me. Where did that? The one that's on the fucking screen. I'm losing my shit here. Here we go. Now I found it. Boom. There it is. All right, what do you mean I talk about gay too much? What are you saying? Good syrup from Canada. Roots, are you like me where you're gay? That's a good clip. I like that one. Thank you, somebody. Gay Cuckling with $2 says, more of a sausage pancake on a stick guy. Well, there's no accounting for class. Redbird with $1 says, that shit's just corn syrup, thickened and artificial flavored, you fat slob. The real stuff is $20 a pint if you don't make your own. Well, I'll see you at the grocery store. Joey Caravello with $2 says, course, then I couldn't watch the Packers, The Packers are, God damn it, I fucking hate you. These are the lyrics to 30 Point Buck is what he's doing. He's just putting up 30 Point Buck lyrics. It's only $2. I don't have to read the rest, but of course, then I couldn't watch the Packers. The Packers are, gosh, I like the Packers. I'd do anything for the Packers. Who can forget Vince Lombardi, back in the glory years? Not me, boy. I'm not saying I want you to die. I'm just saying I don't think I'd stand in the way of anyone trying to do it. That's all. MSO says, I buy my maple syrup from Digger. Well, it's good to know she's working. Dick Von Du says, Popeyes in Louisiana is a good place to get your food spit on if you're white. I'm not really into getting my food spit on, so I'm going to reason number 4,000. I won't be going there. Snowcat Tish says, why is Digger catching strays? Digger's not catching strays. Why are you trying to create drama? MSO just wanted to point out that that's where he gets his maple syrup. Now a lady can't make maple syrup anymore, Snowcat Tish? Who are you, the fucking maple syrup police? Get the fuck out of here. I'm just kidding. We were so depressing with the H1B visa thing. Now I just want to be mean and funny. That's all. All right, 2:35 away from today. Wildcard becoming a member for 41 months. Thank you very much over on YouTube. I know we don't have a lot of the YouTube going on today because of all our previous issues and YouTube hating our channel, but hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow anyway, and maybe one day they'll start honoring that. That would be cool. We are up over 500 today, even with our technical issues. Thank you very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. And for God's sake, let's wake up the donos and wake up the memberships. We're not behind yet. We've still got a ways to go before we're behind, but let's roll, baby. Let's roll. It's our last day of the week. We're one day away from perfect. So where they're going to open these, the markets where they have the chicken and waffle sandwich is going to say a lot about who they're targeting. So I want to get to that. They're going to be available with syrup, and they're going to be available in original or spicy. Wow, Chick-fil-A leaning in. All right. This is a great idea. I love this. I don't know why you guys are so anti the chicken and waffle sandwich. Let's see. There it is. See, but doesn't Chick-fil-A chicken just look kind of bland? It almost looks like a fish fillet in a way. But that looks delicious. They're going to put a little bacon on it, too, so it can get stuck in your teeth. Oh. Starting December 1st, it's going to be available in Baltimore and San Antonio. Well, I guess we know the demo they're targeting. That answers our question. I was trying to skirt around it and tiptoe around it. Apparently, Chick-fil-A driving it right down the heart of downtown Baltimore. I was at the Vikings game against the Ravens this weekend, and everyone who was there with a Ravens jersey on, let's just say it skewed the demo. It definitely skewed the demo. Redbird with $1 says, I worked 3 extra hours of overtime this week just to have a little extra cash for tomorrow. Can't wait. Are you guys going to butt fuck me on 30 Point Buck again on Rumble Friday? Son of an ass. Thank you for working extra to support the show. I can't be mad at that. Zenman with $1 says, unless useless info for you, but Panera Bread is called St. Louis Bread Company, only in St. Louis. Until Valhalla, brothers. Thank you.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Fauci's Pangolin says the chicken sandwich also available in Jerry Curl. It's not true. It's not true. Approachable says, San Antonio and Baltimore, they're definitely targeting Mexicans. Yes, of course. Cheeseburger Pie says, tomorrow Aaron's going to get buck fucked. Thanks. Cleaner says, "DeYuper Friday this time." It's I'm looking forward to it. It sounds like we're gonna make a lot of money, but it sounds like I'm gonna have to earn it. It sounds like I'm gonna have to earn it the hard way. All right, guys, keep throwing in those. Hey, I don't give a shit if we hit 235 with $1 and $2 at a time. That works for me. Also, we're $5 away from 230. Who's not excited? All right, they did vote to open the government again yesterday. They also swore in a new member of the House of Representatives. Her name is Adelita Grijalva. And Adelita Grijalva is I believe, a Democrat from Arizona. And she has been sworn in as the newest member of Congress on Wednesday. Now, you might think, Aaron, why is this important? This can't be that important. It's a Democrat in the House of Representatives. They're the minority. This doesn't matter. Well, she became a crucial signature on something yesterday. And I think, at least for her first day in office, some of you are going to be a big fan of this new Democrat. Let's listen to Adelita as she takes the floor for the first time in the House of Representatives.
What is most concerning is not what this administration has done, but what the majority in this body has failed to do.
Oh, shit.
Hold Trump accountable as a co-equal branch of government that we are.
Coming out of the gates, bitchy.
It has been 50 days since the people of Arizona's 7th Congressional District elected me to represent them. 50 days that over 800,000 Arizonans have been left without access to the basic services that every constituent deserves. This is an abuse of power. One individual should not be able to unilaterally obstruct the swearing in of a duly elected member of Congress for political reasons.
Oh, so while the government was shut down, she couldn't be, okay. You do know that the Congress had the ability to open the government this whole time. Like, this idea that one person is responsible is utter horse shit. Like, there's plenty of blame to go around, don't get me wrong. The Democrats for not realizing that they lost the election and to keep funding the fucking government and keep the government open. The Republicans for not working with the Democrats to compromise on something that could sway 8 of them. And for Trump for using this as a cudgel to beat the Democrats with instead of doing work for the country. So everybody can be blamed here. But everybody wants to just point that finger as quick as they can. Pointing the dirty end of the stick at old Don. Huzzah, 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 huzzah.
Our democracy only works when everyone has a voice. This includes the millions of people across the country who have experienced violence and exploitation, including Liz Stein and Jessica Michaels, both survivors of...
I thought she was just talking about whites in general. I was going to really applaud her for that.
Jeffrey Epstein's abuse.
Oh,
they are here in the gallery with us this evening.
Fuck yeah. Oh, no. No, I wasn't clapping for Jeffrey Epstein's abuse. I was clapping for the victims that were in the... I realized that me going, oh, yeah, fuck yeah. No, not Jeffrey Epstein's abuse. The fact that the women were there. See, we're getting to the good part now in this woman's speech, and I almost fucked it up.
Thank you for being here.
How dare these people, how dare these hypocritical dickheads clap to honor Jeffrey Epstein victims while a lot of them are actively trying to cover up because some of their, influencers and benefactors might be on that list. What hypocritical douchebags. I'd better hear a 535-0 vote then on the next Epstein thing in the House and the Senate. And it better be unanimous because judging by all that applause, everybody wants to release the Epstein files and honor those women.
Just this morning, House Democrats released more emails showing that Trump knew more about Epstein's abuses than he previously acknowledged.
Let me posit this for a second on the Trump Epstein thing. We got another Epstein clip coming, but what if Trump doesn't want the Epstein? I'll give Trump one possibility of reprieve. What if Trump doesn't want the Epstein list out there because Trump informed on a shitload of people on that Epstein list? What if we find out that Trump was a dirty fucking rat to a lot of people, maybe some people that he still talks to? I personally think that he was involved in the planes and the mansions and the islands and stuff. I think it's probably more that, but it could also be that maybe Trump was an informant on the Epstein stuff. It's a possibility. I don't lean towards it, but it's a possibility. Also, it could just be that the people who control Trump, the Adelsons, don't want that list coming out because, boy, if they think people under 40 despise Israel now, wait until they find out, who Epstein was taking marching orders from.
It's past time for Congress to restore its role as a check and balance on this administration and fight for we, the American people.
We build a slide.
We need to fight for our immigrant communities and veterans. We need to stand up for our public schools, children, and educators. We need to respect tribal sovereignty and our environment. We need to stand
Hey, lady, one at a time. This is a lot.
Up for LGBTQ plus rights because that's what the American people expect us to do.
Can I get a gallon of milk for $2.50? Jesus fucking Christ. Why are you people who can't execute a simple layup trying trick shots from 3/4 down the court? Why are you doing this? You can't keep the goddamn government open. Now you're going to fix everybody's rights? Can I get gas to $2? Like, you guys are going way too out of your, comfort zone. You're skipping a lot of steps. We need to make sure that unicorns are genetically altered in a lab so that every young girl can have one. Hey, awesome. Can their dad get a job? Can the median home price come down a little bit? Can interest rates come down? Can the dollar be worth more? Can we balance the stupid fucking budget? Then we can worry about whatever the fuck trans people need, which, by the way, what's Congress going to do? Pass a bill that gives them a cheat code for unlimited attention from everyone because that's what trans people need.
Fight for them.
Yeah, bro. I'm in. Wait, what?
That is why I will sign the discharge petition right now to release the Epstein files.
Yes. Now, does she become like the last one and then they can release them? All praise be to Elijah Muhammad. All praise be to Elijah Muhammad.
Justice cannot wait another day.
Oh, I like that. Put that on a bumper sticker. Justice cannot wait another day. So I looked this up because everybody was going crazy that this Grijalva was going to sign the discharge petition for the Epstein files. I'm like, is she a magical vote that pushes it over the top? It turns out she's not. It doesn't matter. They still can just not release them if they want to. So that kind of bummed me out. It's kind of a bummer that they're just like, oh yeah, she's signing the discharge petition. That rules. That's awesome. And I'm like, cool. Does that mean some really awesome shit's going to happen? And they're like, no, not really. Just everything's going to pretty much be the same. But it's cool that she's doing it, right? Yeah, I guess. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says instead of 30-point buck Friday, we need to send in gay sexual health PSA Friday. Well, I'm sure Red Fox Matt will be all over that one. Joey Caravello with $5 says, I kicked off my boots, fired with my big toe. Oh, God damn it. Why? I kicked off my boots, fired with my big toe. I was Dirty Harry, John Wayne, and G.I. Joe. Yeah, that 30-point buck was only 10 feet away. Yeah, I still couldn't seem to hit him, and he wouldn't run away. Fucking cunt. Redbird with $1 says, I don't have any grace left for Trump, but I have a hard time believing they wouldn't release this before the election instead of now. I don't think they had a way to release it without incriminating themselves. And now that he's won, they figure they don't have anything to lose. They know that by drip feeding this Trump stuff, eventually they're going to blow it up and release everything, and it's going to fuck over these Democrats. But they don't want Trump in there for 4 years. So what I think, I hear that from a lot of people, and I understand it. I get it. It does make a lot of sense. But I don't think they wanted to play this nuclear option unless they absolutely had to. And if Kamala Harris could beat Donald Trump, then they wouldn't have to do it. But it was, I get that fucking lyric off the screen. I can't. I think now they're just going to go for it. And then if Trump responds by releasing his own, by releasing everyone's name, so be it, essentially. But you could be right, too. I could just be way too conspiratorial after everything that's happened the last few years. Redbird with $5 sends us a link. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate it. Hey, guys, now we're only 2:15 away from our final goal of the week. Thank you so much. After You Need Me More throws in 10. Oh, wait, we had a couple of fivers. We got to give people our new $5 drop. I keep forgetting.
There's so many Somalians in this bitch.
Thank you very much. You Need Me More with $10.
I've sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
She says, great topics today. I'll have to hang myself if 30 Point Buck plays all tomorrow morning, though. Here's the problem. It's 110% not up to me. It's up to the audience, and they seem bound and determined. Sam Show says, it's so painfully retarded when you hear some Trump-tard cope with the delusion of party politics. You'll have to be more specific. You mean the person who sent that in?
Jeffrey.
Oh, we got another clip. Oh, boy, here we are. No, this is going to be me clapping for the Epstein. No. Absolutely not. Don't. By the way, I like what Dorkbird has to say. He says 1,000 checking out the toe. I like that. Pump the number up a little bit. Let's go. Give all your paycheck. Fuck your bills. Starve your kids. Toe needs another football game. Hey, if you guys want to throw in a bunch of gifted memberships and PayPals and Venmos and shit and say this is for a football game, I would love it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. I appreciate it. They don't like when I have a sense of humor about that and then use it to make fun of them, but I don't know. I like it. All right, let's see the clip.
Jeffrey Epstein's abuse.
Oh,
they are here in the gallery with us this evening.
Fuck yeah. No. That is not what I meant.
Jeffrey Epstein's abuse.
Oh,
they
yeah.
are here in the gallery with us this evening.
Fuck yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein's abuse.
Oh,
they
yeah.
are here in the gallery with us this evening.
Fuck yeah. All right, that might have to be our new $50 drop. Are you able to get that one, Victor? If you are, thank you so much. That would be awesome to get. That would be, really awesome to get as our new $50 drop. 191 Redbird with $2 says, I would recommend hemp rope. Thank you. Nigel Rhodes says, can you stream a little bit from the football game? Yes, absolutely. You know what? If you guys give up all your paycheck and starve your kids as you do to fund this show, I will absolutely stream live from the football game. You know what I'll do? Since you're going to starve your kids to give me money, I will go ahead and I will be eating something, like a turkey leg or something. I'll eat something in front of you on a live stream during halftime of that Vikings game that I'm at to brag about you starving your children. Does that sound good? Mommy says, I don't get a paycheck. Retired. Prove it. Send us $50 right now. That's what retired people do. I bet you won't do it. Send 10 gifted memberships. I bet you can't. I'm just fucking with you. Don't do that. They'll think that you're me. Gray Duckling gifting a membership over on YouTube. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate it. 210 is the number for today. Holy shit, we had a lot of technical issues today. It really sank us quite a bit. But you guys are up over 500. Fuck it. Get to 600 today, even with tech issues. Let's get to 600. We're not too far away. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow. And thank you very much to all of the people. And thank you to Rumble for promoting us. Oh my God, Mommy actually did it. I got to go get that link again. Mommy with 10 gifted memberships. Here you go, Mommy.
Jeffrey Epstein's abuse.
Oh,
they
yeah.
are here in the gallery with us this evening.
Fuck yeah. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, the $50 from Mommy. Look at her proving she's retired. Oh, no, you just made a lot of people really angry, and a lot of other people laugh really hard, so I appreciate both of them. 10 gifted memberships away from 400. Let that start the rally. Let's do it. Mommy says, I didn't fall for it. I adore Aaron. You see that, guys? People adore the toe. Look what they do for the lion heart. Thank you, Mommy, for the 10 gifted memberships. And yes, I will stream from the football game. I promise. 160 away from perfection. You guys are you're a pip. This is why Democrats hid the name in the Epstein emails. It was Virginia Giuffre. This is her testimony exonerating Trump. They did not want people to see this. Let's see. Jeffrey Epstein's presence with one another? No. What is the basis of your statement that Donald Trump is a good friend of Jeffrey's? Jeffrey told me that Donald Trump is a good friend of his. But you observed them together? No, not that I can actually remember. I can't, not off the top of my head. Hey, wait a minute. I've seen this before. This is Ghislaine Maxwell's testimony. I don't think this is Virginia Giuffre's testimony. This might be people fucking around. Because Ghislaine Maxwell's the one who talked to the Trump administration and said, I never saw Trump with him. I never saw him. He just talked about him. When did Donald Trump flirt with you? He didn't. That's what's inaccurate. Did you ever see Donald Trump at Jeffrey's home? Not that I can remember. On his island? No, not that I can remember. In New Mexico? No, not that I can remember. In New York? Not that I can remember. All right, if you could turn to the second page and read through those, let me know if any of those are inaccurate. And she said, okay. I think that's Ghislaine Maxwell's, not Virginia Giuffre. Although, it's possible it is. It could be Virginia Giuffre, for sure. But I know that, what's her name? I know that Ghislaine Maxwell said the same shit. And then you know what Ghislaine Maxwell got for that? Dude, she has a puppy in prison now. She gets a puppy. They bring in a computer for her to use to talk to people on the outside. She gets to pick her meals from a menu. It's pretty sweet. She gets her own private yard and workout time away from everybody. It's a pretty rad deal that she got. And all she had to do was talk to the Trump DOJ about what a great guy Trump was and how he wasn't involved with Epstein. Girl knows how to take care of herself. I'll give her that. Thank you to On a Wall with a gifted membership. Thank you very much. Conditioner on my D goes, Lionheart, more like turkey neck. Come on, guys, that's bullying. That's bullying. Come on, what are we doing? Aren't we better than this? 9 memberships away from 400 today, and next week is the one where no memberships expire. So we can run it back up to 500. We'll know then that it takes 3 full weeks to recover from 1 week in jail. And I don't mean my anus. Thank you guys very much. You're the absolute best, and I love you. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Snowcat Tish says she's at the same place Elizabeth Holmes is at. Club Fed. Yeah, she's killing it. She's doing great. I mean, she's the most taken care of child predator in prison. Isn't that something? Hey, you guys want to hear about a Minnesota homegrown psychopath? Now we're going to get away from Epstein and H1B visas and all that stuff. And we're just going to talk about a good old-fashioned garden variety Midwest pasty psycho. This guy, maybe he's like you. Maybe you could see yourself in this person's shoes. He had it with a coworker one day. I mean, he really had it with a coworker. Now, lazy fucking Ruski commie Mommy is retired, so she would know nothing about this. Mommy doesn't know what it's like to get fed up with a coworker because she's all retarded and retired and retired. She's retired, not retarded. This guy might be retarded, but let's see who handled it better. Think of the last time that you had a problem with a coworker, right? And now let's see how this guy handled having a problem with a coworker. And you tell me if you handled it better than this guy. And if you did, congratulations, you're a more level-headed individual.
Died at a workplace attack in Wright County yesterday morning, and a coworker is now charged with her murder. Fox 9's Cornhogger is live at the Wright County Jail tonight.
God damn it, poor Cornhogger. They send this poor cocksucker all over the state. He's the only reporter they've got left, is old Cornhogger. Perfect name for Minnesota News, by the way. They had him in Minneapolis like 2 days ago when we were playing a clip talking about squatters. Now they got him in Wright County, which is like an hour and a half away. Fucking Corn racking up the gas mileage, dude.
This one is a tough one. The criminal charges revealed some brutal details from this investigation.
Yes, Simone, David DeLong made his first court appearance this morning to face charges of murder. He's accused of essentially going into work yesterday at 6 a.m. and the first thing he did was to grab a sledgehammer and use it to bludgeon a 22-year-old female coworker, and she later...
Do you think before he did that, before he hit her with the sledgehammer, do you think he played Motorhead the game and then took his water and went... Do you think he did... By the way, that was a sight gag if you didn't see. Do you think he did a little Triple H first? I mean, at least be artistic with the shit. I'm going to fire up this story while I wipe down my glasses. That's, you know what? If Corey Adam was here, you know what he'd say? Some of your best work.
Died. Now, this all happened at Advanced Process Technologies. That is essentially a fabrication company in Cokato. And they have surveillance video in there that recorded a...
I used to do play-by-play for Dassel Cokato Saints baseball. Now, that has absolutely fuck all to do with this guy beating the shit out of this woman with a hammer, but... Do you think some fat white lady came by after he did it and said, looks like somebody's got a case of the Mondays? Well, you know me, if I start work before I have my morning coffee, just come in, start breaking motherfuckers with sledgehammers. That's the most amazing part. Like, he didn't even wait to get shit that day. He just came in, first thing, found a sledgehammer. Now, I have a question. If a sledgehammer wasn't there, would he have made do with something else? Or was this something he needed to do with the appropriate tool? Because he walked in and Cornhogger told you, first thing he did was go Triple H on a bitch.
A lot of the attack. Investigators say DeLong put on gloves, grabbed that sledgehammer from the woman's workstation, and then...
Oh, I love... That's the most offensive part. I mean, bludgeon a coworker to death with a sledgehammer. I mean, who doesn't get that? But, I mean, to steal it from her workstation? What a dick.
It 5 times. They say the woman was standing for the first blow, but then DeJong hit her 4 times after she was on the ground.
You ever hit a person in the back of the head with a sledgehammer while they're laying face first on the ground? It's colorful. It's colorful.
This is currently charged as a second-degree murder, but prosecutors could take it to a grand jury. That's where they'd get a first-degree murder indictment.
I was going to say, how do you not get a first-degree murder indictment? Motherfucker stole her sledgehammer first thing and just started beating the piss out of her.
That requires proof of premeditation, and Wright County Attorney Brian Lutz tells me DeLong confessed to killing the victim and planning it, and the surveillance video is further proof.
Okay.
It certainly seems like there's premeditation from what we see on the video, where he targets this victim by walking over to her workstation, putting on gloves before the attack, and then picking up a hammer, and then multiple times swinging the hammer to attack the victim.
No. Not a hammer. By the way, that is the correct face to have for this story. Didn't pick up a hammer. I mean, that's not doing this story justice. He didn't pick up a hammer. He picked up a fucking sledgehammer. That means he wanted her to go. He didn't want her limping away from this one.
These details, Corn, obviously just make your...
Do you think he told any Gallagher jokes before he did it? Like, do you think he went, why is it called good food and not good food? Wham! They ought to dam up the Colorado River. Boom!
Skin crawl.
And then after he bludgeoned her head with a sledgehammer, he just started jumping on a giant trampoline couch. It was really fucking weird.
Very disturbing, gruesome. It's especially shocking, though, that this happened at a business where the suspect and the victims and the victim, I should say, were co-workers. But you found out today that workplace violence isn't as common as people might think.
Wait, isn't as common? Are you trying to say should Cornhogger be looking out? Like you trying to get after him?
Yeah, Simone, I was a little shocked to find out that in the U.S., we're averaging about 450 to 500 workplace homicides every year. And so that...
Holy fuck, over once a day. So every day somebody's going to kill a motherfucker at work. That's kind of rad. It's not good. I mean, you don't want people to be dying at work, but like, I have a feeling if you get killed by a coworker, even though you are innocent, like you did something. Like you were kind of a dick. Nobody just kills the guy minding his own business, punching in, punching out every day.
Is about 10 workplace homicides.
Dude, more people get killed. I wonder if more people don't get killed in the workplace than in prison every year.
In the U.S. every week. In Minnesota, workplace assaults are the numbers that I could get from the Department of Labor and Industry. The number of workplace assaults every year in Minnesota is about 1,000. So 10 workplace homicides every week in the U.S., about 20 workplace assaults every week in Minnesota.
So, 10 a week, you don't work weekends. So that's twice a day someone's getting killed at work. Oh my God. We've got anger issues. How many people are killed in prison each year? Oh shit. 6,000. Never mind. You're still safer at work than you are in jail. Oh boy, do they love whacking people in jail. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the $2, Redbird. God damn. No, guys, do not start doing this shit. Do not start doing this. Don't follow Joey Caravello's lead. Redbird with $2 says, of course, then I couldn't watch the Packers. You know, the Packers are, gosh, I like the Packers. Who can forget Vince Lombardi, back in the glory years? Not me, boy. Thank you. Grand Poobah with $2 says 7 out of 10 of those workplace homicides happen at a Waffle House. Dusty Rhodes with $1 says he was playing sledgehammer over the PA system before the attack by Peter Gabriel, if you will, baby. Oh, shit.
And there will be gorilla shit all over down there.
I haven't heard from old Dusty in a while. I hadn't dusted that one off. Zen Man with $2 says, rumor has it he was singing this. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, by the way, I did see, Bapashab, that you and Cocktiff stopped fighting with each other. That kind of died off. All right, Zen Man. What was he playing as he bludgeoned her to death with a sledgehammer? Actually, rumor has it that he actually tied the woman to a chair as he bludgeoned her with the sledgehammer, and he was wearing a plastic suit and, to keep the blood splatter down. And he was patient about all the Huey Lewis and the News albums and giving his opinion on which one was his favorite. By the way, did we ever figure out if Bateman actually did those murders? Because I've always said no. I've always said he's just got really crazy fucking mental problems and that he actually never killed anyone. But anyway. Oh, boy. Okay, can we be done with the sledgehammer jokes now? I'm uncomfortable. I feel, you know what? I truly feel like we went too far. Not only 150 away from today's goal, but just 9 memberships away from 400. So thank you guys very much for the memberships. Keep those coming, and let's call it a win for the toe on both fronts today. That would be nice. Should have joined Fight Club. Historically White says it's sort of unknown in the novel. Okay. Yeah, I would love to avoid reading if I could. So thank you for that. $150 away, knock it out, call it a win for the toe. Thank you guys so much. Also, hit subscribe, hit follow. We have been completely shadow banned and fucked over and censored on YouTube. I mean, it's unreal. the amount that they're fucking with us. But we also had some big tech issues today. But way more people over on Rumble, over 500. With the other ones, we're at 562. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe. Let's get to 600 today. If we get to an average decent day after all the tech fuckery we had and after YouTube banning us and strangling our reach, this show is unbeatable. It's the best show out. No show could have survived what we've gone through. So keep hitting like, keep hitting follow, keep hitting share. You guys do it every day. Anawal says she looks like a nice kid. Oh, no. Well, I mean, even if she was a prick, she didn't deserve to get murdered with a fucking sledgehammer. Oh, there's the guy that did it. He's a looker. Maybe I should grow that to hide all my dewlap skin. You know, just grow a really weird, creepy neck beard. That's 40 years old. That looks about right. Where is she? Oh, she does. Well, she looks like a boy, but that's fine. You're allowed to look like. She looks like Zachary Ty Bryant in Home Improvement, but you're allowed to look like that. Fuck. I don't mean to ask this question as an accusation, but what the fuck did he do? Did she do to set him off? I mean, I have a hard time. I have a hard time believing that someone just grabs a sledgehammer and just beats someone to death because they're just having a shitty day. Dr. Doom says, she don't look like that now. All right, that's mean. That's mean. Richard Head says, I think about hitting my boss with a sledgehammer every day. You know what? Keep an eye on your boss and tell me if he kind of stays out of the work area and clings to his office more now that this story's gone public. It's a possibility. Reformed Rapscallion says, I'm not funny enough. I'm going to have a foreigner take my place in chat with an H1 visa. Farewell, folks. Approachable with $1 says, I'm really glad that guy used a sledgehammer and not a combination AK-57. For those of you who don't know, it's another fucking 30-point buck reference. Could you guys make these $10 instead of $1 so it hurts less? Or even $100? And put the whole fucking song on there. I don't care. Approachable with $1 says, I'm really glad that guy used a sledgehammer and not a combination AK-57 Uzi radar laser triple barrel double scoped heat seeking shotgun. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, no. No. I don't want any part. No, I watched part of that stream yesterday. Everyone involved is disgusting. She should have never been allowed on a stream. She needs serious help. I feel bad for that girl. I don't think Matt Mead beat anyone. I don't. I think she has a lot of damage from prior relationships, and she does a lot of shit to get attention. And she even said she wasn't abused. I believe her. But still, those people in the chat were so fucking gross because they didn't want her to not be abused. They wanted her to be abused because they wanted to hate the people involved. That was really disgusting. That was gross. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you're a normal human being. Godspeed. Mikey Goofs with $1.99 says, I can see Matt Mead as a sledgehammer guy one day. Better be careful, man. He's going to come to your... He doesn't make fun of the internet like I do. He doesn't make fun of all the Onion and Dabbleverse people like I do and get off on driving them nuts and making them seethe. He's going to fucking kill you guys one of these days. Like, this is going to be a guy who's going to, like, actually go fucking postal. I don't think this guy is to be trifled with. Papa Shab says, I actually have no idea, and I'm glad for once. You should be glad. It's the most retarded thing ever. And people, like... The Dabbleverse has hit a new low. So they lost to me. They lost that war. And then last Friday happened and they really fucked themselves. So now they're desperately trying to find someone else because they failed so badly with Steel Toe. So now they're trying to find this porn girl who's dating this Matt Mead guy who's like not even a guy. And they're trying to act like he beats her so that they can grift off of that. And it's really not working for them. I mean... Wouldn't it be a lot easier to just admit that you guys had a good run and it's over instead of taking all these L's over and over? I mean, no offense. I'm not even trying and I'm kicking your fucking head in. Joey Caravello with $2 says Scarlett Hampton was sexually abused by her stepfather.
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
And became an addict and did porn because she had such low self-worth. Well, yeah, it's a very sad story, and she could use a shitload of therapy, and it's going to take years to, like, repair, if ever, the damage that's been done through her abuse. And that's where she learned to film shit and play victim and all of that, because getting attention from men was the only way that she could process the trauma she's received throughout her life. So Matt Mead and her are drunk and they're fighting, and she films it. She records it. She accuses of throwing water at her and says that he's abusive and this and that. And of course he's not. But she knew that if she put that up on the internet while she was fucked up, that a lot of men would go, I'll save you, Scarlett. I'll help you. I'll save you. And that's been the salve that she's used her entire life to fix any actual real trauma and problems that she's had. So now, I mean, you go on the internet, I mean, it's nothing but low T simp central. So you got people like Mersh and the Dabbleverse people like, we'll say, well, no, I shouldn't say Mersh, because I think Mersh sees this as an opportunity to just laugh at everybody. But like all these other people who follow people like that, who just go, I'll save you, honey. Or even worse, they pretend to believe the abuse because they hate Matt Mead and Gino, which you don't even know them. It's utterly psychotic. Bigot on Socialist Media says, if I was entertained by this, I'd kill myself. Yes. Yeah, you should. No, not you. I mean, if you're entertained by something like that, it should cause clinical depression. Sorry, Bigot on Socialist Media. It's not. Bo Beardington with $1.99 says, tried watching your cellmate interview. Terrible. Yeah, and I've still got people angry at me in my comment section. They're still coping over it. And I try to remind them, like, dude, I didn't do the interview. I'm not the one who made myself look like $1 million fucking dollars. I'm just a goof doing a talk show. And that Moody got so scared. People were coming after him so hard, and he's been coping like Aaron probably shouldn't talk about this because Mikey's actually a dangerous guy. Mahmoud, you're far more mentally ill than Mikey is. You just don't know it. The difference between you and Mikey knows he's mentally incompetent. You don't. That you're far more worrisome than Mikey is. But he then coped and went, well, Aaron shouldn't be talking about this because Mikey's mentally ill and dangerous. Like, Mahmoud's trying to pretend he gives a shit about my safety. Mikey and I are cool. He might not like what you did, but Mikey and I are cool. You just don't like that I'm pointing out that you got your fucking ass blasted. You, your fat gay lover, your Jew twink friend, Carl. At least Tukey got smart enough and said, hey, I kind of want to have fun doing shows. This shit isn't fun. Tukey's too nice to say that you guys are fucking psychotic and you take this shit too seriously. He's ski-daddled. He wants to do that funny Saturday show he does. And I thought that was really smart. So too many wins for the toe. Redbird with $2 says, I had diversity hires come within a second of killing me through incompetence that the office refused to get rid of. I can understand him going nuts. Industrial commercial environments are wild. Okay, maybe. But that doesn't mean you get to bludgeon one of your coworkers to death with a fucking sledgehammer, for God's sake. Thank you, guys. 145 away from today's goal. 9 memberships away from 400. Bapa Shab says, here's the... Here it is. Dr. Doom. That's the one I wanted. Aaron, I found a picture of that coworker after the attack. Oh, don't. This is not going to be good. Yeah, Reformed Rapscallion, you're right. They do. They step on rakes all the time. Oh, God. That is not her. That's fake news. That's from one of the Fly movies. You dick. Thank you, Bo Beardington. Thank you, Reformed Rapscallion. Appreciate it. 145 is the number today. You guys are doing it. Keep doing it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. It's turning into a nice little day for the old toe. And thank you, Rumble, for putting us out there. All right. 561. 561. Keep it going. Let's get to 600 even with the tech issues and knock out the final goal of the week and make it perfect. Thank you, guys. Also, do what Mommy did and gift 10 memberships to prove you're retired. This is I got one more Trump clip today, and I got one more Shapiro clip today, and then I'm done with both of them. I promise. This one, I'm going to try not to get mad. I don't want to make you upset. But this is Donald Trump telling you that the affordability crisis is a con job. Isn't this amazing? I'm so glad that Trump comes out and clarifies this stuff because Epstein's a hoax. The affordability crisis with houses and groceries, that's all a con job. And inflation is a Democratic myth. So I'm so happy we have Trump here to tell us that the things that are going on aren't going on. It fixes the problem. Let's take a look. Hey, talk, lady.
Are down and that the economy is booming. Everyday Americans are not quite feeling it.
Every time I go to the grocery store, I am shocked.
For 11 items, I paid $40.38. You heard that right.
The 1 pound of ground beef I got was $9 a pint. A pint of blueberries was $6.
When was a box of cereal $9.29?
Holy shit.
I didn't realize how quickly they raised the rent prices, and I'm out here asking y'all to buy my album.
Cardi B there. So
you know what? I like it when people like Cardi B, who have no business knowing how expensive shit is, like acknowledge how expensive shit is. That's kind of cool. I like that. Because I don't mind those moments. Like when Bloomberg was running for either president or mayor of New York City, they were asking him, like, because Bloomberg's a billionaire. He owns the Minnesota Timberwolves, for God's sake. Bloomberg was asked about like the price of a loaf of bread and a gallon of milk and shit like that. And he didn't know. And they're like, see, he's out of touch with the everyman. No shit, he's out of touch with the everyman. The guy hasn't shopped for his own groceries in 40 years. So no, he doesn't need to know how much a gallon of milk costs. Fuck, I can't remember. And I just bought milk recently. I don't remember how much it is. Milk is kind of one of those things you might need for like cooking, and if kids want cereal instead of waffles or whatever for breakfast, Dude, I made some biscuits and gravy the other day. I decided to stop using like the pull apart biscuits that you just put in the thing, and decided just to make them from one time I went flour and I did the whole thing myself, and then I went with like the pancake mix but made it in the biscuit version. Oh my God, that with the gravy was fantastic. It's a big difference. Anyway, I'm getting fat. But when, I go and buy milk, I don't know how much it is because it's just kind of a thing I have to buy. It's like, I don't know how much paper towels are, toilet paper is, shit like that. You need them. I have to wipe my asshole. So it's like, oh, man, like people complain about some of these products like they're not going to buy them. It's like, well, no, we have to. That's what makes them so frustrating to buy. So they bring this to Trump, this affordability crisis thing, and Trump had some poignant thoughts on it.
That Democrats have fooled the public into thinking that there's an affordability crisis.
It was a con job. It was a con job. Affordability, they call it, was a con job by the Democrats. The reason I don't want to talk about affordability is because everybody knows that it's far less expensive under Trump than it was under Sleepy Joe Biden.
It's not, though. It's not. It's the same. I'm not saying it's worse. I'm not saying Trump has hurt it or made it worse, but it's not better. And it's probably not going to get better long term until our monetary policy gets better, until we stop printing so much money and borrowing so much money. You can't keep throwing dollars out there and expecting prices to come down. I mean, they're the basics, but like affordability being a Democratic scam, like, come on, man. Like, this is the problem. Like, the guy can't take any kind of criticism. The guy can't take any sort of, hey, the things you're doing aren't all 100% amazing. Well, that's got to be a hoax. What? No, you're fucking up a little bit. Let's fix it. The cleaner says, were you also watching Martha Stewart too, you faggot? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. No. We are not going to start calling me Gravy Boat Imholt. That is not my name, Bappa Shab. I am not Gravy Boat Imholt in the least. MSO says, I bet Aaron does know the spot price for queso. Oh, shit. One of the little jars like that, I think, is $3.49. Should we do a spot check? Is it Tostitos? Is that the common one? White. I'm a white queso man. Of course I am, right? Light the lamp. Tostitos white queso jar price. It's the circle one, the little one. Let's say, I think it's $3.49 for a jar. Oh, look at that. I'm wrong. I don't know. Look at that, MSO. I was wrong. Oh no, that's the tall boy. Here's the regular one. $5.09. Here's one for $4.99. So they're about $5. Holy shit, that means the price of queso has gone up. You know what, guys? It is time to fucking riot. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore. I didn't realize that my queso had gone from $3.50 to $5. You know what, guys? I'm a Mamdani guy now. I like Zoran Mamdani. I'm very upset. Nigel Rhodes thought it was funny that I called a jar of queso a tall boy. I don't know. What do you want me to call it? A pounder? I'll start calling him a pounder of queso. Hey, Aaron, you want some queso? Yeah, but get me the little jar. Don't get me a pounder. What? What? Hold on. How much is in a tall jar of queso? If it's 16 ounces, that's awesome. I got to know. 33.2 ounces? No, that's way too much. That's not how much is in there. Oh, no, it's true. Okay, so the regular size one is 15 ounces of queso. So technically the normal one is the pounder, and the tall one is the double pounder. All right, well, then it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Approachable says, fuck, the price of queso went up, which means starting next week, the goal is going to be higher. I'm sorry, guys. I got to raise the goal by about $1.50 to cover the cost of queso. Sorry. I had no idea. I didn't know that was the case. I didn't know that was going on. I've been woefully ignorant of how hard the economy has been on people. Speaking of how difficult the economy has been on people, Ben Shapiro is tired of listening to us whining and bitching. Ben Shapiro is tired of listening to young people. I guess this isn't even me because I'm an old guy now. Ben Shapiro is tired of listening to Gen Z talk about how unaffordable houses are. Again, I'm not cherry picking these clips. They just show up. He says this shit. Ben Shapiro discussed affordability of housing, which for young people getting out of school now is insane. I mean, it's the worst it's ever been. This is the worst housing market to get into. If you're looking to downsize, it's aces. It's awesome. But if you're looking to just get into it, it's never been a worse time. Well, Ben Shapiro says, instead of us demanding more out of our economic policy, and instead of us demanding more out of our government to either perform or get the hell out of the way, Ben Shapiro says maybe we should just lower our standards. I really can't wait for this guy to take a fucking plane to Israel and get the hell out of here. I'm really excited for it. He's a disease. Ben Shapiro's a cancer.
Could raise a family of four on a single income, have a house, have a car, and have a middle-class life.
So I think that there are a few things that are slightly a misnomer about that. So I think that, number one, your grandparents, depending on when they grew up, in, say, the 30s, actually couldn't. I mean, your grandparents were dirt poor if they grew up in the Great Depression in the 1930s. That was a very, very bad.
That's because the economy was all agricultural. Everything was rural. He's talking about his parents. He's talking about the boomers who bought $60,000 houses in the 80s that are worth $500,000, $600,000 now.
A decade. Sure. And then if they lived from 1941 to 45 in this country, then your grandfather was likely to be being shot at in either Europe or the Pacific. So,
Ben, you know what? This is what I hate about this disingenuous asshole. You know what these guys are talking about. Stop doing this. Crowder does this too. They take the exception and pretend you're talking about the exception. No, Ben, we know during World War II, shit was hard. We got it. We know that during the Dust Bowl and the Great Depression, shit was tough. You know what they're talking about. Stop it.
Those are rough years, turning those into sort of the golden age of what it was like to live in. So when people talk about this, what they're really talking about is a fairly short period of American history that existed essentially between the end of World War II and economically the rise of the rest of the world. When the rest of the world...
No. Us millennials remember buying houses at 3.5% and a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, about 1,800 square feet for $139 at 3.5%. I know that. That was my first house in 2012. So 1946 to 2012. Government got involved and rigged the game for the fucking bankers, Ben. Let's stop pretending that the rest of the world forced our houses to be more expensive. Knock it off, Ben. This is bullshit rewriting of history and brainwashing. Speculators were allowed into the housing market. Ninja loans were allowed into the housing market where you didn't have to have proof of a job or income or anything else. The banks got greedy and the government guaranteed the loans. We could have had an economic policy in this country that said, if the bank doesn't feel you can afford the house, they're not going to lend you the money. But instead, the government went, hey, the more houses that sell, the better the economy looks. We can pump up this bubble, and it's good for voters, and we look good, and we'll keep our seats in Congress. So let's just guarantee the loans. I mean, it's a fucking mortgage. Who doesn't pay their mortgage, right? So it'll never fail. And then these bankers got mad greedy because why wouldn't you? If someone else is footing the bill and you can make a shitload of money, all these bankers had to do was give out the shitty mortgage, sell it to another mortgage holder, a bank, an investment firm, whatever, and then it was off their books. So basically, they played a big game of musical chairs with the economy. And that even though the banks holding the mortgages should have been the one holding the bag, it was the American taxpayer who had to pay for it. And you know what's terrible is if we would have let the motor companies fail, if we would have let the banks fail, it would have sucked for a few years. But the glorious thing about capitalism is it heals its wounds and they scar over, and you remember from the scars not to do that again. When you just bail out these companies and you prop up a fraudulent system, you never learn. And now we're in the same fraudulent system.
It was basically in ruins. And so America could send a bunch of money to Europe and then produce all the products here because literally there was no industrial base anywhere else on planet Earth. They'd all been destroyed by World War II. And then you could work one income and you could still do that. That was actually not the way that virtually all work was done in the United States ever. I mean, if you go back to the 1910s. And
industry in Europe was rebuilt under the Marshall Plan. It got rebuilt. It didn't take until 2001 for Europe to get, or 2008, I'm sorry, for Europe to get back into the industrial game. Stop it, Ben. This is more of that pseudo intellectual nonsense that a lot of these guys on the right are peddling in.
1900s, when this was largely an agricultural society, mom was working on the farm, right? And when you're talking about problems of, for example, industrial labor, women were working in factories. And so this kind of brief period in American history, which was actually
1946 to about COVID. 1946 to about COVID, maybe a little bit before that. Let's go 2015. That's not a brief period, Ben. That's 70 years.
Sort of an outlier in terms of all world history. And treating that as like the norm is not true. Second of all, the housing affordability crisis, the average house in the United States is significantly nicer, significantly larger, with central air. If you looked
hey, Generation Z, don't worry. It's all right that you can't afford a home. They're really nice. What a dick thing to say. Hey, I can't afford a house, man. They're way too fucking expensive. Our monetary policy is shit. Our banking policy is shit. I can't afford this house even if they would give me the loan. Yeah, but it's really nice and has air conditioning, doesn't it? Yeah, Dick, thanks. Most houses have had that central air in them since the 90s.
House that your grandparents were living in 1952, you would say this place is a shitbox. This place is bad. And if you look at the job that your grandparents were working in 1953 at the Ford factory, you sitting in your comfortable office, your air-conditioned office, complaining about your sciatica from your uncomfortable office chair, and then you're like, oh man, I'm really longing for those days of riveting.
Why don't you get why people hate you? Why are the ones that don't like you the irrational bigots? We're just listening to you talk. You're a really fucking hateable, dickish, mean, bad guy. You're an asshole. You've been backed by billionaires your entire fucking career. So don't talk down to these plebs who have actually earned their money. Jesus Christ, what a hateable human being. What a soulless death merchant. What a cunt.
That is not an easy job. And by the way, it's not because we shipped it overseas, because machines do it now. And so, like, again, this is not to say everything is perfect, because it isn't. But I think that having a false picture of the economic past leads to bad conclusions about the economic present that are not supportable by the actual data.
Dude, that's a fucking word salad. And it's full of so many misconceptions and misnomers. I mean, that was just, I'm surprised. Dude, he should get a check from hedge fund managers after that answer.
Well, you make good points. I guess what I'm saying as well is...
No, he doesn't.
If you look at the other candidates in this election that Mamdani's just won, you did not have the same level of speaking to people's concerns about some of those issues.
I agree. I mean, empathy sells in politics and also makes very bad policy.
What? Empathy sells in politics. It also makes really bad policy. You see, to Ben, empathy isn't a real thing. You can't see what someone's going through and understand it and get it. It's just a political tool to Ben. There's so many thoughts going through my head right now that's like, I'm not the mean, bad, crazy one. Why aren't you allowed to hate people who have this much disdain for you, who are disgusted by you, who think that empathy is a political trick and not something that we, the people, actually feel for others? Jesus, Ben, you soul. No wonder this guy can smile and jack off to a fucking genocide. He doesn't feel anything. And as long as they're brown, Ben doesn't even really consider them people. But don't worry, we're the hateful ones because we criticize him.
Because as many people have noted, empathy is about the person in front of you and feeling what that person feels. And that's great politically, right? I mean, that's
No, that's great in humanity. That's my name, by the way, Hugh. And then my last name is Manatee. Humanity. Boo. I'm being driven insane by Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro cannot comprehend that other people have actual empathy. He thinks that it's all a political slogan. Jesus.
What makes people magic in a room. But when it comes to making a broad public policy, then it's really what is the most effective policy for the greatest number of people. And if you get empathetic about like this individual, you're very likely to make a bad policy that is specifically designated to help this individual at the expense of many other individuals. Because
explain to me how our banking policy and lending policy and home and real estate policy and monetary policy, explain to me how that expresses any empathy whatsoever to anyone other than the people who line their pockets.
Anybody who says they're empathetic toward all humanity is
Dude, it's not Mamdani that's going to bring us to socialism in this country. It's Ben fucking Shapiro. Because as he gets more out of touch with reality and people go, Ben, the shit you're saying just ain't jiving. You're lying, Ben. They're going to be driven into the arms because, you know, America, we swing the pendulum violently from wing to wing. We never settle in the middle. They're going to swing to a Bernie Sanders disciple. I mean, this guy, I can't watch any more of this guy because we get the point. But what a fucking nut bar. This guy has serious fucking issues, man. Joey Caravello, no, Ben is not married to his sister. Jesus. We're not going to call him Cyclone Ben. That's not a good thing to call somebody. Dr. Doom says, Ben Shapiro mocks woman killed with hammer. What? Mocks woman killed with hammer. No, that is not. Guys, that is not Ben Shapiro beating that woman at the factory with a hammer. That's something totally different. I don't like Ben Shapiro either, but that's awful. How dare you? Ben Shapiro's got to, people, I'm not saying he's got to go, but people got to stop thinking that he's got good points that are good for this country. Ben Shapiro is sinister. Ben Shapiro and his buddies are absolutely sinister people. All right, let's open up the rest of the, let's go to the 7 o'clock hour stories here. What are we, 140? away from today's goal, something like that, around 140 away. Thank you guys so much. Get us down to 100 by 9 o'clock. Let's do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Rumble continuing to go up like 7. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Hey, guess what? You guys are hitting like and subscribe on YouTube too, but guess what? YouTube's just throttling and choking us because we talk about shit like this. The cost of doing a real show. But we're still, let's add it together. We were close to 600 even with the technical difficulties. 525. I don't think we're going to get to 600 with those technical difficulties, but an amazing show. Thank you guys. Keep lighting the lamp. And let's make it another perfect week for the toe. It's been a huge week of W's for the toe starting last Friday, and we're continuing to process those W's. It's a lot. I got to tell you, it's a lot of winning to get through. All right, let's talk about our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Oh, House set to vote next week on releasing Epstein files. There is going to be a vote next week. Okay, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Of course, our friends at Midland Armory, they do such a good job. They really do. They do such an awesome job of getting you what you need, whether it's for hunting this weekend, whether it's for home protection, self-defense, carry, whatever. Knives, optics, parts, and gear, they've got it all. They handle the suppressor process from start to finish. That's at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Visit our friends at Midland Armory today, midlandarmory.com. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing. If you go in the ditch, it's cold out. I know it's going to be nice this weekend, but we can't avoid Father Winter forever. And when it hits, you might go in the ditch, you might slip and slide, you might hit something, you might get in an accident, whatever. Your car might not start because it's too goddamn cold out. Well, All Care Towing is there to get you somewhere quicker than anybody else. Nobody's faster than All Care Towing. I know this from experience, dude. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Visit our friends at All Care. And finally, we've got Stoney's. Stoney's has 250 beers tonight. It's 250 beer night at Stoney's, and they've got live music on the weekends. They've got specials for the Vikings game. You know, the problem with the Vikings season is that you guys aren't showing up to Stoney's enough for the Vikings game day specials. I bet you now this week we're going to win because I told you, get to Stoney's, get out there, enjoy the Purple game day specials. Started out with one of their ultimate Bloody Marys. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, right there on Broadway. And they're not already cooked. They're going to be doing fine. They're going to be fine. They're going to beat the Bears this weekend, and they're going to be good. Reformed Rapscallion says, who's next to fall from grace? Allow me to help. Crowder, closet gay. Apparently, Crowder's got like a Brazilian girlfriend / wife now. Who knew? I bet you she's significantly younger. It's a pattern. Glenn Beck, Mormon nationalist. Dave Rubin, grift to the 2,907th degree. Dave Rubin's one of the grossest pieces of shit in that whole conservative movement. Fuck Dave Rubin. If you think Dave Rubin's good, you're basically just watching an empty shell that billionaires dump opinions into. Dave Rubin is, I'm not going to insult the guy. Dave Rubin is mildly retarded. Mildly. So I'm being kind. I don't want to bully anybody, but Dave Rubin is a stupid, stupid man. He's really awful. Redbird with $2. Says only cheeseheads in here, right, boys? Did you see the turdy pointer? Did you see the turdy pointer? Did you see the turdy pointer? Did you see the turdy pointer as we jumped into the truck? Thank you. Thank you so much. Cheeseburger says, how can you call last Friday a win with the links were so bad I had to go watch something else? I think that's what they were trying to do. Papa Shab says, Dave Rubin is completely propped up. Yes. I also don't like, do you know what Dave Rubin did to get his kid? This is fucking evil, and I think it should be outlawed, honestly. Dave Rubin, from what I understand, got himself like a genetically designed baby. Like, I don't know if you know this, but like, this is why I believe well, this is going to be really bad. I mean, we're already shadow banned on YouTube up the ass, but like, this is why people, let's say this, people like Dave Rubin shouldn't be allowed to reproduce or adopt. That's what I'll say. Dave Rubin basically, you know, is he pro-life? Does he claim to be pro-life? Because if he is, he's completely full of shit. Doesn't he do a thing where, and by the way, you're going to hate this. I learned this from Sam Cedar. This was Libto that learned this. Dave Rubin, like, has a bunch of embryos or a bunch of eggs fertilized, and then he and his partner have a woman carry it, and then before they have the woman carry it, they like weed out the ones that have a bunch of different genetic, abnormalities or whatever. It's basically eugenics, and then they have a woman carry that child, and then they take that child from the mother and then pretend that it's their baby together. Dude, it's so fucking evil. Like, you think about it from a biological perspective, to rip a baby away from its mother. And Dave Rubin would sit there and go, they're just doing this because I'm gay. Yes, I am. But that's not a defense, because what I'm about to say is true. Biologically, it is so terrible to take a baby from its mother. And Dave Rubin would go, well, we all agree on it. The fucking baby didn't. The baby didn't agree to be taken away from its mother. I mean, you're doing to the baby what the fucking SeaWorld does to the orcas. Dave Rubin is Blackfish. But you take the baby away from the mother so you guys can play house. Oh, man. And then you expect that child not to be at risk of having psychological issues. Oh, I mean, fuck people who do that. I mean, it's just terrible and evil. $2 from Zen Man Builds. Now I don't know if I'd rather have you send me cake lyrics or send me 30 Point Buck lyrics. Zen Man Bill says the sun has gone down and the moon has come up, and long ago somebody left with the cup, but he's driving and striving and hugging the turns and thinking of someone for whom he still burns. Thank you, Zen Man. $1 from Aboliticious. That's a $5 drop. Give him the drop. Give him the clip.
There's so many Somalians in this bitch.
There you go. Thank you very, very much. 140 away from today's final goal of the week and having it be another perfect week for the toe. Reformed Rapscallion says, wait, since when can't two men make a baby? Bigot much? It's just, I'm sorry, we've tried it for a generation or two now, and it's not helping the country. That's all. Just going by the evidence. All right. I feel bad. I feel like I've been shitting all over the president today. I've been trashing Trump. I've been saying all kinds of nasty things about him. It's time to play something that makes Donald Trump look kind of funny. However, it also exposes an underlying sinister undertone in American foreign policy. So yesterday, the president of Syria was at the White House. Now, if you don't know this, the president of Syria used to be one of the heads of Al-Qaeda. That's right. This guy was like a regional manager for Al-Qaeda. But here's this crazy thing happened, right? Once America started giving him weapons and money to overthrow Bashar al-Assad and take power in Syria, all of a sudden he decided that being Al-Qaeda was totes gay and that terrorism is fucked up and the West is really, really cool. Isn't that amazing? That would be like Dave Rubin tomorrow just diving face first into pussy and using the gay F word all the time. I don't see the odds of that happening being very high. Not unless one of his billionaire... By the way, I said that his billionaire donors dump opinions into them. Somebody in the chat said it best. They do more than dump opinions into them. But anyway, Donald Trump has the current president, former head of Al-Qaeda, at the White House, which, 9/11 never fucking happened, I guess. But he has this guy at the White House, and he's spraying his cologne on people. Because that's what you do. You go to house parties, the host comes out. He goes, "Look at my cologne," and you start spraying Arabs with cologne. I don't know why. It's a weird thing to do at a party, but Trump did it. It's the commentary he did while he was spraying down our former mortal enemy that makes this clip so great.
Men's fragrance. Hold it. Yeah. This is it. No. It's the best fragrance. Come here, man.
I have more here, sir.
Okay. So what we'll do is just take that, Joe, put it in, and then the other one is for your wife. How many wives? One or one? You guys said never know, right?
So he goes, "You bring this one home to your wife." One wife? One wife. I guess I never know with you guys. Trump just tells a bunch of Muslim men, he's like, well, I guess it's kind of polite. He didn't want to assume just one wife. Do you think the Al-Qaeda guy, I'm sorry, I apologize, Mr. President of Syria, do you think as Trump made the wisecrack about the wife, he's like, I still have suicide bomb vests and, a bunch of pipe hitting, just that when they hit, it hurts.
Men's fragrance.
I mean, imagine this. You are in Al-Qaeda, the #1 terrorist organization in the world, designed at hating American opulence and hating American excess and American arrogance and American violence. And what do? You go to the White House and you have a fucking cologne party with the president. Bro, you're a long way from Kabul, my man. And all of it's business. This is why, I'm ashamed that it took me so long to be skeptical of 9/11, and why I can't believe that other people aren't skeptical of 9/11. I mean, look at this. All of this shit is transactional. Believe it or not, if you were still alive and young enough, we might have been able to turn bin Laden by now. I mean, these guys are all for sale. Bin Laden was on our side once. He kind of went the reverse of the president of Syria, but the grift and the money and the power was better on the Al-Qaeda side. And this, the president of Syria, he did the Al-Qaeda thing, and he's like, not good to be in the Al-Qaeda business since those Predator drones came on the scene. Hey, America, you want me to overthrow Assad? Actually, we don't give a shit about Assad. Well, we talked to Israel, and they said they want to overthrow Assad. Well, I guess then we have to. You guys want a few $1 billion? Hey, but aren't you that Al-Qaeda guy? Well, yeah, but here's a weird thing that happened. I love America now. Hold on. Did the check clear? It did? Yeah, I love America now. I think that all that Al-Qaeda stuff was like teenage angst.
Hold it. Yeah. This is it. Yeah.
I love how he pulls away. He's like, all right, that's enough. Fucking, because old people kind of start to smell like death in their 80s. So they cover that up with all the fragrance, So this guy's like, look, I'm still young and virile. I fucking get that. One spritz is enough for me. And by the way, one spritz is all you need. You do more than one, you're kind of being a twat.
It's the best fragrance. Come here, man.
Definitely don't do two in the same spot. Then you're just a fucking joke.
One here, sir.
Okay. So what we'll do is just take that, Joe, put it in, and then the other one is for your wife. How many wives? One or one? You guys said never know, right?
I guess I never know, right? Yeah, Don, that's what I like to do. I like to bring Arabs in and assume they're polyamorous. That's what I like to do. Assume that the muzzies fuck a lot. That's something we all know. We all know that. Thank you very much to You Need Me More with $1. Is this what we're doing now? Could you guys at least make these, $5 drops and we can knock this goal out quick if you're going to torture me with this shit? You Need Me More with $1. Says, I'm still parked out by the lake, 80 miles from Santa Fe. Better? The problem with having so many fans. Approachable with $1. Fuck. I heard when Trump met the Syrian leader, he told him, if you want to destroy my sweater, hold this thread as I walk away. Watch it unravel. Soon I'll be naked, lying on the floor. Veldrain with $1 says Dave Rubin will be starring in a new sitcom, 2.5. Happy Wawa customer with $2 says, I'm a retired boomer frivolously sending my Social Security money to the toe. Sorry, there won't be any money left for you youngins. 10 subs incoming. Oh, don't drop 10 subs. Don't drop 10 subs. They're not going to like that. If you drop 10 subs, they're all going to say that you're letting your children starve and you're giving all of your paycheck to the toe. Don't do that. Guys, even if you send in 5 subs, they're going to say you're starving your kids just so that the toe can have money. Please don't do it. Guys, they're going to get mad. Happy Wawa customer, the 10 subs idea. Look, man, you know I appreciate it, but oh my God. Oh my God. On a Wall with $1 says just to set you off. No, I'm fine with that. That's good. Boomer Bob Show says he's retired. His kids best be grown. Don't fucking age shame him. Al Pacino had a kid at 85, and that's totally not okay. But happy Wawa customer, please, I beg of you, and everyone else watching this show, the people who watch on YouTube are going to get really fucking mad because they think you guys are taking they think you're all retarded, mostly because, look, it's kind of another proving Aaron Wright thing. When you live in that Dabbleverse, you become the king of projection. And so they can't see anyone being any different than them. They don't realize they're retarded. So you got to be nice. Oh, God damn it, happy Wawa customer. Now you're taking all of your fucking money. You're starving your children. God damn it. Thank you for the $50.
Yeah, why would you call him gay?
Oh, my God.
Why would you?
Holy shit. Holy shit. All right, guys, we're now officially over 400 memberships, and we're also $90 away from our final goal of the week. And you know what? I have completely fucked up our standings board here. Hold on a minute. We've got to get central booking back up there. And we have to put our boy Happy Wawa and his $52 into central booking. Attaboy. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Trucker 18-Wheeler says, Wawa, you don't have the balls to do that again. I think some of you don't have the balls to follow his lead and even throw in 5 memberships. I think a lot of you guys are talking shit at, what's his name, at Happy Wawa Customer, and you won't do the same thing yourself. Hey, by the way, we're back up to 572 people. Like and subscribe, like and subscribe, like and subscribe. The numbers are going up, 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 and YouTube's still strangling us off, and we're still doing better, and we still had the tech issues today. Thank you guys very much. I think the more we lean on Rumble, the more Steel Toe has a little bit of a renaissance here, my friends. Thank you so much. Keep that rally going as well. Oh, boy. We've got, you know what? I think I might skip a few of these. These are bummers. I don't want to do the more Americans turning to GoFundMe to pay their groceries. That's really upsetting and depressing. That's really sad. You know what I think is even worse? I wanted to comment on this because I heard someone talking about it on a stream. I think it was Gino was talking about it yesterday. These guys who make plenty of money, and all of us streamers you watch, trust me, we make plenty of money. We're doing fine. These guys who set up GoFundMes to pay their legal bills that they talked themselves into is fucking bullshit. I mean, you talk about treating your audience like they're a bunch of fucking retards. You talk about treating your audience like they should pay for everything in your life, not just your show. Like, you can say what you want about the goal and everything else. At least we stop asking. You guys just take more. You're far more greedy and beggy than I will ever be. And for you guys to do dog shit programming, number one, where you don't even do original content, and then you dare ask your audience to pay for a GoFundMe because you couldn't do a real show. So you bullied some old man. You just bullied him endlessly for a bunch of double-digit IQ retards. So then he slaps a lawsuit on your ass, which you fully fucking deserve to go through. and then you ask your audience to pay for the you get a GoFundMe to pay for your legal bills. Hey, I know a thing or two about between divorce, criminal case, and stopping people from stalking me. I've run up a legal bill or two in my day too. And guess what? Like a fucking man, I man up and pay the goddamn thing. I don't ask my audience to throw in extra to pay for my life shit. You fucking greedy Jew. I guess that part shouldn't surprise me, that two people with, I guess that then it tracks. Then I shouldn't be so upset. But I get so mad because we already ask too much of our audience to fund our shows. It is such an ego exercise, and I appreciate it so much that you guys do. But if I ever start a GoFundMe to pay some bills for some fucking shit that I created, that I made possible, that I did everything in my power to create, you guys have my permission to you see me in the streets, fucking throw a tomato at me if I do shit like that. That's fucking evil. Evil, evil shit. $1 from Veldrain says, just one of age, seen her face before? Oh, it's Trump talking to the Syrian president. He says, just one of age, seen her face before? For love? Well, you never know. Human? Thank you guys so much. 90 away. Let's do it. Let's hammer it out and call it a win. Chevy fan says a YouTube mechanic was running an illegal business out of his garage. His neighbor complained, so he started a GoFundMe to buy a new home and raised $375,000. That's fucking evil, man. If I had any way to pay for this show without donations, and I do have other ways of paying for it, I do it. I take it. If you talk yourself into a fucking lawsuit because you're a retard who doesn't know how shit works and you live in a cancerous community, you should have to pay that out of your own pocket. And if you can't afford it, what the fuck have you been doing with other people's money? Yeah, we take donations on our show, and guess what? I pay for my fucking life. You guys leech and beg, and then you leech and beg on top of the leeching and begging after the leeching and begging gets you in trouble. Fucking rats. And you fans that don't like me and like these people, someday you're going to turn. Someday you're going to know that I was right the entire time. It started on Friday. And when you do, you will be welcomed here with open arms, by the way, because you have been brainwashed by psychopaths. For sure. No, I never did S.A. Johnny. Joey Caravello. All right, I needed that. I needed a splash of cold water in the face. I'm getting a little off topic here. Let's go into this. I want to skip the depressing shit because I feel like we've given some great analysis today and done a fantastic show, but you gotta. The UK is going to stop sending the United States intel concerning drug boats in the Caribbean because they're saying that Trump's airstrikes are illegal. Yeah, I kind of figured this would be a problem, that, the rest of the world was going to get a little weirded out by us just dropping missiles on boats in the middle of the ocean. The UK has apparently had enough of it. They're not going to share us. Do we need anyone to share? Like, we can't monitor our own backyard? I feel like we don't really need UK intel. I mean, it seems like we just I think the CIA is on the ground in Venezuela already. They're trying to unsettle things. They're trying to cause regime change in Venezuela. I do believe the CIA is there, and they're kind of embedded, and they know when these drug boats are taking off. They report it. The attack choppers and the planes find it, and they take them out, take them down, do your stuff. And I don't think the rest of the world likes it because we're doing it extrajudiciously. Donald Trump has not gotten clearance from Congress to do this. Now, am I mad at the end result of a bunch of drug boats being lit up? No, I'm not. But I'm also a stickler for the rules, and I would like to see us do it the right way, because imagine the next president we have, which if Trump keeps fucking up is going to be a lefty. Imagine the next president we have gets to have this same power. Do you trust them with that level of power? I don't. And I would rather they don't have the ability to do the shit that Trump is doing, So I think you're going to see more of this stuff. if UK is the first domino to fall, other countries are going to fall. And I do think if Trump goes to Congress, I mean, the Republicans run Congress. Like, if the Republicans run Congress, you can have the votes. I mean, they all want to. I mean, it's good with voters. It's good PR to say we're getting tough on fentanyl. We're getting tough on drugs. I don't see where the L would come in for you. I mean, Rand Paul will vote against it, but I like Rand Paul. That's what he does. Atomic Ray says, I like your content, Aaron. It is just you. Stick your toe into some nice guy shit that keeps my hands in my pockets. It is just you stick your toe into some nice guy shit that keeps my hands in my pockets. Well, then you'll love the fact that I've been shouting for 3 hours today. Atomic Ray, show some love. Omega Red Boy, this is a great thing to talk about for sure. No, Shoot Blue, we're not going to put Ben Shapiro on a free fast boat vacation in the Caribbean. I can't have that on my soul. I'm sorry. Sam Show says, it's funny to watch, Trump get worse and worse? Oh, no, they're making fun of DSP. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Trump. Atomic Ray with a gifted membership says, lesson learned. I love you, Atomic Ray. Thank you very much. 85 away from today's goal. Give that man the $5 drop.
There's so many Somalians in this bitch.
There we go. Reformed Rapscallion, that's what I think, too. After 50-plus years of importing coke, I would like to think they are more sophisticated than a fishing boat. Nope. Still using fishing boats with very expensive motors, by the way. So, I don't know if you've been following this, but Jake Paul has a fight coming up in December. And Jake Paul was going to fight Gervonta Tank Davis. And that fight has fallen through because Gervonta Tank Davis was sued for beating the living shit out of a woman. So they decided they really didn't want that kind of being the talk of the promotion of the fight. So they asked Gervonta Davis to leave the card. But that left Jake Paul without an opponent for December. It was reported yesterday that a fight is being finalized, and this is as of last night. A fight is being finalized, and if this is true, then I think Jake Paul deserves a shitload of credit that Jake Paul will be fighting former two-time world heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua. Now, Anthony Joshua was a little bit past his prime, and he's lost a few fights in the last few years. But Anthony Joshua is still far and away the best fighter Jake Paul has ever fought. I mean, you talk about Tommy Fury. Anthony Joshua would knock Tommy Fury out and around. You talk about 60-year-old Mike Tyson. Anthony Joshua would literally murder him. Still, even at this stage in his career. So for Jake Paul to not only take a fight with Anthony Joshua, but take it on short notice, I think this is one of those fights that Jake Paul can lose, and in the end, he actually wins. I think if Jake Paul just steps in the ring with Anthony Joshua, people are going to give him a lot of respect for it. I was DMing with Husey yesterday. Husey and I are both big boxing fans. I like Husey. And, by the way, I didn't tell you guys this. Husey's Australian buddy who did that cowardly, like, pop-up, like, I want to talk shit to the toe thing where I fucking laid into him for being a rat fuck piece of shit, called him out for being a coward. I got to say, I'm cool with that guy. Me and that guy are cool. The Australian guy, and if he's being authentic and he's really not just being a grifting piece of shit, I got no problems with that guy. He wrote me a big, long DM after that Friday debacle they had, and he was really nice. And I'm not going to work with the guy or anything like that, but I just want to let everybody know, what's his name? Dan, the Australian guy. It's not Dan. It's Dean or Dan or something like Don or something like that. It's a D name. He wrote me this big, long message, and I'll show him respect. I won't read it. But he was remarkably respectful, and he admitted that Friday thing was total shit. And I appreciated it. So unless he wants to pop off again and be disingenuous, which I think would be pretty cowardly, I think we're cool. I got no problem with that. What is it? Hughesy's weird Australian buddy. And then maybe we'll all do a boxing stream together. I'm just kidding. But Hughes and I were DMing yesterday, and Hughesy's a little more mad about this. Like, Hughesy's one of those guys who, you know, he thinks Jake Paul is, I'm not going to put words in his mouth. Maybe, you know what? I wonder if Hughes would do an interview today for Saturday and talk a little boxing. Holy shit, that's a great fucking idea. Aaron, you have the best ideas out there. The fuck happened to my, why can't I get into my, what the fuck is X chat? It's not porn, I swear it. Anyway, I'll DM him later, and maybe I can talk to Hughesy. I'll talk to Hughesy tomorrow. We'll put it up Saturday. Anyway, he's not as keen on the Jake Paul thing as I am. For me, as a lifelong boxing fan and boxer myself, I think Jake Paul gets younger people to watch boxing, and I think that can only be a good thing. And him fighting Anthony Joshua, man, he steps in the ring with Joshua. I got to give him nothing but respect. That's a crazy fight to take. And then you start I think the worst thing actually that could happen to Jake Paul is he lands some lucky right hand out of nowhere on Anthony Joshua, who has been knocked out before, twice actually, and he wins that fight. And that's all Jake Paul has. He has a miracle 1 in a billion puncher's chance against Anthony Joshua. But if he lands that shot and he beats Anthony Joshua, it is the worst thing that could ever happen to him, because Jake Paul is nowhere near ready to be a heavyweight contender. But if you knock out Anthony Joshua, I'm sorry, there's no backward steps from there. Now you got to fight the other contenders that are in the division, and he's so not ready. But I give him a lot of credit for taking this fight, man. If they finalize it and it's Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua, that's wild, man. That's a respect move on Jake Paul's part. I will say, though, with all these accusations of like baseball and basketball and UFC having rigged matches, if he does win by knockout, there's not one person alive that's going to believe it's legit. There's not one person. And Bigot on Socialist Media says, I like the Paul brothers. Logan is a top 2 or 3 heel in WWE right now. Yeah, Jake's brother Logan is getting pushed up the card. Chevy fan says his fights are staged, but let's kiss his ass. Nobody's kissing his ass. I mean, you step in the ring with Anthony Joshua, any era of Anthony Joshua, you deserve a lot of respect. Main Vein with $1 says, fuck the UK and what they think. They should follow the U.S.'s lead and blow up some certain kinds of boats off of their shores. Try keeping their citizens safe for a change. That's not fair. I can't endorse that kind of speech. Reformed Rapscallion says, I'll take the fight for what he's making. Yeah, I don't know what he'd make. I don't know what he was making for the Tank fight. I don't know if that'll change in the Joshua fight. I'm not sure. Thank you for the $1. $85 away from today's goal. See, wait a minute. You guys are already under 100 before 9:30. I don't know what to do. We've been ahead all day. Here's what you can do. Let's all start gifting 5 memberships or throwing in some purples on Rumble. Or some memberships on YouTube even. And let's go. Let's finish it off. Aaron is the butterbean of eating queso. Nigel Rhodes says, I hope they get brain damage. Why? So I like the idea of them fighting each other. Reformed Rapscallion says, this was not your best take. I know. You know why it's not my best take? Because I'm supposed to be a phony and just jump on the Jake Paul hate train. I'm not going to do that. I don't hate Jake Paul. I think Jake Paul is good for the sport. I think him continuing to step up in competition is a good thing. There are guys that Jake Paul has fought, even when they're not technically professional boxers, that are a lot better than some of the tomato cans other promoters have 13-0 fighters fighting. I mean, I'll say that Jake Paul can make it as a professional boxer. He can. I don't think he's ready, nor I don't know if he'll ever be ready for world-class championship competition, but very few people are. But I think he could make a go of it in the boxing world, like as a top 20 or 30 contender, I think. I want to play this clip. We need some levity in our lives. How about Miss World Chili? Now, I don't know what the difference between Miss World and Miss Universe and all these other events are. By the way, I don't think you should be able to be called Miss Universe unless you compete against Martians and, beings from Neptune and shit like that. We don't know if you're Miss Universe. But Miss World Chile, first of all, beautiful Latin woman. Second of all, apparently sings death metal. And, at these pageants, you're supposed to go like world peace, puppies and kittens, lots of kisses, everyone should just get along, all that shit. This chick, they light up the music, they do the talent portion of the show, and she produces this. That's a woman that'll fart in front of you. Holy shit. I can't figure it out, man. I know a lot of people are going to look at that and go, oh, that's so fucking hot. I don't know, man. That kind of scares the shit out of me. I don't know if I don't know where I stand on death metal voice Chilean chick. You guys, hey, that's what a chat is for. A chat is for you guys to throw out whatever opinion you'd like. I don't know if SP, looking all sexy like she does, she came up to me last night, and if she all of a sudden just started belting out death metal, I'd tell her to stop. I think I would I go, you got to cut that shit out. That's not, it's making me have to shit is what it's doing. Like it just hits a note in my gut that I just have to evacuate. It's good to see Miss Turkey joining along with her. Every guy in bed with her is like, she's faking it. Anybody want to date a girl who will rip your dick and balls off if you get out of line? Takers? You don't say. Yeah? Damn. She is either going to win or take dead last. There's no in between on that one. Miss World Chile. Her name is Ignacia Fernandez. And that's our little death metal cutie right there. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's for somebody else, bro. That's for somebody else. Miss World Chile Fernandez will represent Chile in the Miss... Oh, she won! She won! She's going to represent Chile in the Miss World competition in 2025. She's got to do... Now, here's the thing. In the Miss World competition, can you do the death metal thing again? Or is that like doing a crazy dunk in the slam dunk contest? Like, you can't do it twice. It takes something off. What if maybe she's a good rapper? Gray Duckling with $2 says, beautiful O voice. Allegedly. Of course, none of us really know. Joey Caravello with $2 just says, would you sodomize Paul Heyman? I'll wait. No, of course not. Why would I sodomize Paul Heyman? What has Paul Heyman ever done? Somebody, too, with $1 says, staged or not staged, who wouldn't take a fight if they were guaranteed the money they are getting? Right. It's a payday for both Jake Paul and for Anthony Joshua. And, honestly, Anthony Joshua doesn't have a lot of big paydays left in his career. So, taking one more to fight Jake Paul, to me, it's a no-brainer. JL Not Here being gifted a membership by Happy Wawa customer. Thank you very much. Hey, boys and girls, $85 away from today's goal. 91 memberships away from 500. Keep it going. Keep it moving. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Hey, Toe, did you ever cover the guy from Watkins who beat his coworker to death with a sledgehammer? We literally did that this morning. We just covered the guy who beat the guy to death with the sledgehammer. That was just done. Eagle of America says her chili will disintegrate your asshole. Again, allegedly. We don't know. Maybe she's a very nice girl. She just likes to bust out into death metal every once in a while. All right, guys, bang out that last 85 and call it a final win for the Toe and a perfect week. Let's do this clip. You guys ready for American military bases in Israel? Oh, man. You know what? I'll listen for Carolyn Levitt's answer to this question, but it doesn't give me a shred of confidence that it's good.
Israeli media that the U.S. is considering building a temporary military base on the Gaza border. Can you confirm these reports?
So, what she said was Israeli media is reporting that the U.S. is considering building a temporary military base on the border with Gaza. That's just what I want. Us more involved on the wrong side of a genocide. That's great. That's amazing. We should definitely do that. And also, don't kid yourselves. The Israeli media is reporting that because they want us to think about it. They're reporting it. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It doesn't matter if anyone has said that to them. They just want it in our heads that, hey, what about, how about come on, what about a military base, right? Come on, right here. What do you think?
So I had a conversation directly with the reporter who wrote this article, and this article was based on a single piece of paper, an inquiry that somebody in the Department of Navy made about an idea that may happen in the future.
Oh, fuck, we're building a military base on the border of Gaza. God damn it. Do you remember when 9/11 happened and for like 2 days, every American got really curious and started asking all the right questions like, why do they hate us? And, thinking back 25 years later, you're like, wow, if we would have just drilled down on that question for a little while, we could have solved a lot of our problems and maybe balanced the budget by now. But instead, we just went, we barbecue a bunch of fucking Arabs. They hate us for shit like this. They hate us because Israel didn't just start committing a genocide 2 years ago. This shit's been going on since the 60s. And every time that this shit happens, the United States is there to back up its buddy Israel. Meanwhile, the entire rest of that region hates them because they do shit like that. It's not that they're all anti-Semitic and they want to push the Jews into the sea. They've been living amongst Jews forever. It's only when they started killing people and conquering shit that they decided, wow, this is imperialist. I hate these people. And if believe you me, people say, oh, it's only 3-point-some billion we give to Israel. Bullshit. The foreign aid we give to Saudi Arabia, the foreign aid we give to, Egypt, the foreign aid we give to Jordan, to all these different places, Lebanon, we give it to them to bribe them to not attack Israel. If we removed that money from Israel and all of those other countries, they would go to war with Israel within a year or two because Israel does shit like Gaza. So now, when America's 40 and under crowd starts finally realizing that this is a fool's errand, what are we talking about in the Trump administration? Building a temporary goddamn military base on the border of Gaza? What are you going to do? Paint a fucking bullseye on it too? No, not one single American troop in that godforsaken shithole. Never. Impeach Donald Trump if it happens. And I know that Donald Trump has new friends now. He doesn't need me. He doesn't need the MAGA crowd. He doesn't need any of them. He's got his Zionist billionaire pedo buddies. But goddamn, Donnie, I mean, do you have to fuck up everything?
And this reporter deemed that as an official plan and ran with a story that the United States is looking into it. I checked with the highest levels of the United States federal government. This is not something the United States is interested in being engaged in. It's not something we are currently involved in right now.
Oh, well, thank God. You know, the Secretary of the Navy and other people were talking about it, trying to keep it quiet and clandestine. And when it all became public, the highest officials at the Pentagon denied it. Well, then you can take it to the bank. It's not going to happen.
That we will be funding, and the president has been very clear he doesn't want to see boots on the ground with respect to what's happening in the Middle East. We've made great progress with the peace plan in Gaza, and we want to continue to see that move forward. But I put a comment in that story for a reason, and sometimes we see reporters take a piece of paper like this and just deem it as official policy, and sometimes that misleads people a little bit.
That's because the Israeli reporter who reported it wants to put that bug in our ear and wants to talk us into doing it. This shit doesn't leak for no reason, you know? Hey, Chevy fan says Caroline has a flat ass. She's white. Leave her alone. It happens. Veldrain with $1 says, so does this mean it is time to cuddle, or do I need a priest? So far, you don't need a priest yet. We might be okay. But not again. Bigot on socialist media says more generations of Islamic terrorists, right? Zen Man says would smash Caroline at least once. Not gonna lie, I thought old Pasaki needed at least one good grudge fuck. That is a fucking psychotic way to talk about women, my man. A grudge fuck? I mean, I'm sorry. I feel like a grudge fuck is a little too close to a raping. You know? I mean, here, don't believe me? Draw me the line. Show me. Show me the line between grudge fuck and rape. And because when I hear it, it's usually there's a lot of hate. I hear a lot of vitriol. She needs a good grudge fucking. It's, all right, let's take it easy. Packer Backer gifting a membership. Thank you, buddy. Brian, now they're actually trying to answer the question. Brian writes, no tears? Question mark. All right, I want you guys to be sure of yourselves, though. $80 away from today's goal and just 90 memberships away from 500. Hey, YouTube, gift some memberships and we'll be back to 1,000 in no time because we're just on the outskirts of 400 on YouTube, and we're going to get to 500 this week or next week on Rumble. It's getting close to 1,000, my friends. Let's do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. $80 away from another perfect week for the toe. Thank you guys so much. I'm going back to the Y today. I'm going to play some more basketball. I don't know, if I want to use the sauna, though. I used the sauna last time, and, I don't know if this is all saunas. It was different at my other gym because the sauna was wood. And with the wood sauna, shit kind of dried out in there. But now at this one, you walk in and people, it's outside the pool. It's a nice pool, don't get me wrong. And then they have an exercise pool on the other side. But people come in from the pool and they sit down with their wet clothes and they sit in the sauna. So I don't know if the wetness on the floor and the wetness on the tile and shit, is this water from the pool? Am I sitting in someone's sweat? It's, ugh. Don't get me wrong. I like a good sauna. Don't make that gay. But I don't know. Yeah, see, On a Wall writes, ew. Papa Shab says, the sauna was wood, all right. Toad Climbs Mountain says you just couldn't not stream on YouTube. Well, why wouldn't I take the free ad revenue? You know? Why wouldn't I take the free ad revenue? Yeah, they're going to throttle our reach. Yeah, the more we talk about taboo subjects. But the more we talk about those taboo subjects, our Rumble viewership goes up. Our Twitter viewership goes up. Our Facebook and Kick viewership goes up. Why? I mean, when we didn't stream on YouTube, we had more people watching us. Because we didn't have one platform purposely not sending our shit out there. We got another murder in Minnesota. I I don't know. I don't have any pictures of this story, so I don't know what anybody involved in this story looks like. But this was a murder over THC cartridges. But by the way, if you legalize weed, I hear that all the crime just magically goes away and life gets really awesome, and all you have is people treating their diseases. It's really something. Well, that didn't work out in this case. A Mankato man was murdered over an unpaid THC cartridges debt. So people still being killed over drug debts. A Mankato man is facing murder charges after a shooting that allegedly occurred following a dispute over a debt for unpaid THC cartridges. Now, here's the deal. The dumbest thing you can do is kill someone who owes you money. You know, break their legs, whatever, but killing someone for owing you money? I mean, now you're guaranteed to never get paid. So who would have done something this stupid? Aquan Kashiad Lawrence Thornton, Irish, is charged with second-degree murder following a shooting that occurred November 9th, over the weekend. Mankato police say they responded to the reported shooting near a business in the area of Holly Lane and Madison Avenue around 9:30 a.m., where they found a man dead inside his vehicle. See, this doesn't make any sense to me. How much did he owe you? I mean, if he's got it in his pockets, maybe, sure, but you're not getting paid. Bad business, my man. I mean, forget the whole immorality of murder thing. These two both sound like scoundrels. But, I mean, from a business standpoint, this is a terrible, terrible move. At the scene, witnesses inside the victim's vehicle said they were driving around when he received a video call from Thornton, during which they discussed owing him money, and the threat of a shooting occurred. See, now that's, I pay somebody the minute they go, I'm going to blow your fucking head off. I probably rustle something up for you, maybe not cash this one till Monday. A witness claimed they then drove onto Holly Lane a short time later. They saw Thornton near a bush in possession of a Draco-style assault rifle. Draco? When the vehicle made a U-turn, witnesses claimed that Thornton fired up to 6 shots in their direction, one of which fatally struck the victim in the neck. You know, 1 of 6, that's about, I would say that's the industry standard in that particular demographic. Following the shooting, police set up a perimeter around the apartment complex where Thornton was believed to be living. Charges state he eventually came out with his hands up and a loaded black assault rifle in his pants. Well, that's good. That's going to set the cops at ease. When questioned by investigators, Thornton stated he fired off warning shots, but initially stated he didn't know where he fired them, later admitting they were toward the hood of the victim's car. According to charges, Thornton admitted that he and the victim had problems stemming from owed money for THC cartridges, which the victim allegedly said he had no intent of paying back. Well, he did turn out to be right about that part. THC cartridges are now legal for adults over the age of 21 in Minnesota under our new recreational marijuana laws. Well, I mean, thank God, making that shit legal stopped all that, that criminal nonsense from happening. I mean, that's just, that would just be lawlessness and madness. We need to legalize that weed. On a wall, did he get a picture of the people involved? Because, oh, God, this motherfucker looks like the angel of death. Jesus. I would pay that guy immediately, even if I didn't owe him money. I would let that guy win in basketball in jail. Oh, boy. I'm looking, and, they say to get the true measure of a man, you have to look them in the eye. I don't know about you, and I'm not an expert. I don't see a lot of remorse in those eyes. I feel like if you put a gun in that guy's hand right now, I think he might shoot more people. That is a scary-ass brother right there. Do we have any new information on this one? Thornton told police that while he was outside, he saw the victim's vehicle and let it drive by him. However, he said while standing in the street, the vehicle did a U-turn, resulting in Thornton firing those warning shots. Court documents show Thornton initially claimed not to know where he shot the gun before claiming he fired at the ground, the hood of the car, and the grill of the vehicle. Thornton reportedly told police that he owed him money for the THC cartridges. Yeah, that's actually a guy you just don't get into debt with in the first place. In fact, that's a guy who you just don't live near. That's probably for the best. Oof. It's a scary motherfucker. Zenman Build says, seriously, Aaron, this looks like a fine, upstanding citizen who aspires to be a doctor, lawyer, or engineer. You racist. I apologize. Eagle of America says, looks like his mama was bred by a Rottweiler. Dude, that's fucking racist. You know, that's really gross. How do you know his mom wasn't the Rottweiler? The hatred that comes out of some of these people. It's remarkable. $80 away from today's goal. Guys, continue on. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. You guys have done great today. I appreciate it, especially putting up with all the technical nonsense today. Chevy fan says, Mikey behavior. That's not Mikey behavior. Mikey doesn't shoot people. Boomer Bob Show says $20 he drove a Challenger. I mean, I'm not saying all black people drive Challengers. I'm just saying most people who drive Challengers, you know, Islamic terrorism and all that. John Fetterman is claiming that breaking with the Democrats on the shutdown has caused MSNBC to stop inviting him for interviews. Oh, no. John, what's going to happen now? You won't have nobody to talk to. What are you going to do now with their zero audience? By the way, Mr. Fetterman, it's MS Now, you dick. You probably don't respect their new pronouns. That's why this happened to you. John Fetterman joked that MSNBC has stopped inviting him for interviews during his latest appearance Tuesday. Fetterman spoke with host Katie Tur about breaking ranks with Democrats in his vote to help end the government shutdown. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he'll get more invitations to Fox. I mean, that's how the game works, right? If you find a Democrat who starts voting with Republicans, oh, all the Republicans think they're the best guy. Oh, man, they're just such a, he's one of the reasonable ones. He's one of the good ones. And then the second that person votes against your party, they're back to being a libtard piece of shit. This is just how the game goes. This is just how this works. And honestly, in Fetterman's case, it seems a little more evil because, like, you're working a guy, but you're working a guy who's recovering from a stroke. So you don't know how much there is there, I guess. I got a little scandal for you. I can never pronounce her name because she's British and that's weird. And this name sounds offensive. But Florence Pugh, I feel like I've butchered that completely. 29-year-old actress. She was on a podcast recently and she was talking about how some people in a movie she had done recently were making things weird and awkward during sex scenes. She was on the Louis Theroux podcast. I love this kind of shit, by the way. Let's dish. Let's talk. Let's talk about who's a piece of shit and being a pervert because, you know, most actors say that doing a sex scene is one of the most uncomfortable things you'll ever do in your life. It's a room full of people. They're staring at you. You're like grinding against each other or humping the air, one of the two. Has there ever been a time in movie making where the people actually fucked? Like, has there been a scene where, like, they come out later and they were like, yeah, we were actually having sex? Because I feel like that would be, like, against the rules. Not, I mean, if you don't show it, I guess it's okay. But it just be kind of exhibitionist and weird. I'm having fantastic experiences with intimacy coordinators, Pugh said. However, I've also had a shit example. Without naming names or projects, boo! Boo! You name names. The British actress described one particularly uncomfortable situation, saying they made it so weird and so awkward and really wasn't helpful and kind of was just like wanting to be a part of the set in a way that wasn't helpful. I think it's a job that's still figuring itself out. Yeah, see, that's creepy that they do like intimacy coordinators because it's basically a guy going, yeah, grab her tit. And it's like, whoa, cut. Got some fucking golem hanging over your shoulder being like, oh, yeah, pretend he's licking your clit. And you're like, whoa, cut. This guy's getting way too into it. And do I have to feel his breath on my neck? It's not that important. Yeah, I don't. It seems like any time there are like women in any kind of filmed entertainment where there has to be intimacy, whether it's, just basic acting or like hardcore pornography, it doesn't seem like there's any instance where these women aren't being taken advantage of somehow. Like they aren't being abused. It's just, you got some of these guys who are in the room and this is all they've ever wanted is like a really hot A-list Hollywood chick. Not the actor. I'm talking about like the people in the room. And they're going to take this as their opportunity to just, let their freak flag fly a little, which is remarkably unprofessional. Dub says it has happened where people have actually had sex. Chevy Fan says, did John Cena and that pug Amy Schumer actually fuck? No. Bob Ashab says, yeah, 9/10 of the story doesn't need a sex scene, especially a gay one. But Aaron insisted on shooting several with his boyfriend. It was some sort of art house thing, he said. That didn't happen. He's lying. It's not true, you guys. And I know you guys don't believe that. So we're fine here. You believe me, right? That he made that up? Let's look it up real quick. Have actors and actresses had sex for real during shooting? Haha. No, actors do not have sex for real during shooting in mainstream films and television. Sex scenes are always simulated. So it's okay. So it's never happened where they've actually, done the thing. In some cases, particularly for scenes requiring graphic detail, body doubles may be used and digitally placed into the scene alongside the main actor. Oh my God, I found work for Scarlett Hampton. The 2001 film Intimacy is an example of this, with actor Mark Rylance later expressing regret over the unsimulated acts. Okay, so there was a indie film called Intimacy where the actor actually did have sex and he regretted it later. Well, it'd be so fucking weird. All those people and the lights and the cameras and there's part of me that thinks if you can get a boner in that situation, like if you can get turned on in that situation, you might have a screw loose. There might be something wrong with you. Hey, look at all these lights and people staring at us, and that guy smells like beef jerky, and all right, I'm ready to go. Chevy Fan says the Steel Toe movie is just 2.5 hours of gay sex. 7 out of 10. Well, I guess if you're going to do something, do it well, right? Dub says movie where Brad Pitt met Angelina Jolie, they married right after. Yeah, and that worked out great for both of them. I think they both cheated on somebody during that movie. Brad Pitt was with Jennifer Aniston. And Angelina Jolie, I think she was done with Billy Bob by then. I think she was done with Billy. She was one of 4 wives for old Billy Bob, so it looks like I got some work to do. I gotta beat old Billy Bob Thornton to the punch. I got more time. I think he's like 80 or something. Rational Redhead says Shia LaBeouf and Mia Goth did in Nymphomaniac. Wow. Well, I guess, method acting, I suppose. Hey, guys, we're only $80 away from a perfect week. Why don't you get us there? Hey, you know what we could use to get us down there? One more of those 10 membership drops. I don't care if it's from one person or it's from 4 or 5 of you. Let's get that thing down there. I say in the next 11 minutes, let's get it under $50. Let's go from 80 to 45, and then we'll be good to go until that 1025 rally point. $80 is the number, 90 memberships away from 500. Thank you guys so much for your contributions today. An American Airlines flight carrying 4 congressmen was diverted over a disruptive passenger who started screaming fascist state at them. Oh, boy. I'm all for people shouting at congressmen. I believe congressmen being yelled at in public is part of our God-given right as Americans, but I have a feeling the person who's about to do this on this airplane is not doing it in a way that is unobtrusive to the rest of the aircraft. Here she comes.
Sorry, folks. Yes. We live in a fascist state.
See, that's what I hate about people like this. They know when they're walking by the camera because like they saw that person filming and they're like, I was quiet the entire walk out of the plane until I got near the phone that was recording. And then I had my message. Sorry, folks, we live in a fascist state. What'd she do? Every time, it's kind of like being back in jail where people ask you what you did and you tell them the truth. You tell them what you did. But then they tell you what they did. But like the thing they did was like totally someone else's fault and they totally got screwed over and everything else. And you're like, I feel like I would like the notes on this. I would like to see some of the paperwork before I totally believe you. Because a lot of those guys be like, oh, yeah, some guy, he was the one really robbing the storage unit, and he left me. He got in the car, and he left. I wasn't even there. And then, I had the lock pick in my pocket, so they charged me. It's just like, dude, I mean, let's look, if we're going to get better, if we're going to break this cycle of behavior, can we just admit that it was probably a fucked up thing to do? Let's do that. We'll get there. But what was she doing? There was a disruptive passenger. Representative Greg Stanton posted on X Tuesday that the American Airlines flight carrying him along with 3 Republicans from the Grand Canyon State, Representatives Eli Crane, Andy Biggs, and Paul Gozer, the Gozerian, was forced to make an emergency stop in Kansas City after an unruly passenger caused a disturbance following takeoff from Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport. The flight had been in the air for 2 hours and 41 minutes when it was diverted to Kansas City, landing safely at 6:15 p.m. Oh, that fucking eats ass. You were going to Washington, D.C., so you've probably got another 3 hours left yet. You got another 3 hours left in this flight. So it's not like you were close and they had to put it down somewhere close. You're less than halfway to your destination. Now you got to land in shitty Kansas City, get this lady off the plane, and then head back out again. Oh. But no news on what she did. She is heard apologizing to her fellow flyers and saying we live in a fascist state. Yeah, nothing other than that. Stanton later thanked the police department for, quote, handling the situation professionally and without incident. While it's unknown what disturbance the unhinged passenger caused that forced the flight to make an emergency landing, American Airlines confirmed it was due to the actions of, quote, a disruptive customer. Oh, I wish we knew. She seems like she would be so much fun, too. Like, not to hang out with, like, at all. But, like, just to watch her have a meltdown on an airplane. Like, there's some people that have a meltdown on an airplane. You go, oh, fuck, shut up. Can we just go, please? And then there's other people where they're like, no, you just want to go, no, don't take them off yet. I want to see where this goes. Like the guy shouting the N-word on the plane. You're just like, no. Hey. Let him cook. Actually, you know what? We have terrible news. We actually have a statement from the captain of the flight from when he kicked her off. We found out what she did.
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
Oh, no. You attacked the pilot's stepson? Oh, no. Thank you, Rexstart parody account, for that one. Cleon McGuire says she saw a MAGA hat and went into a TDS seizure. It was more Republican congresspeople on that plane than Democrat. That's for sure. You might have a point. $80 away from today's goal. Let's knock that out and call it a win. You know, usually we stall out. Usually we have a period where things dry up a little bit, but usually we don't get this far into the goal when it happens. So I applaud you guys very much. Thank you so much for your for your generosity today. Let's push a little bit further. We don't have that much further to go. $80, 90 memberships away from 500. Let's finish it off and call it a perfect week for the toe. By the way, speaking of airline pilots, speaking of being in the air, speaking of having hundreds of people's lives in your hands at any one given time, I mean, being a pilot, that's a job that's got to come with a lot of security clearance. That's a job that's got to come with a lot of background checks. I mean, some important shit. Well, new bombshell reports this week allege that a pilot flew commercial jets across Europe for months after forging certificates to fake his qualifications. This is like when we find out that the Department of Homeland Security, you know, they'll do those security checks once in a while where they'll like give certain people shit to carry on the plane just to test and see how the Department of Homeland Security and the TSA is doing. And they'll send these people through, and then you'll read the article and they'll be like, 74% of people with knives got through. And you're like, what the fuck are we doing, Shaniqua? Come on. Yeah, but I caught this hairspray that they were trying to bring on. Yeah, I don't think it matters. That guy's got a fucking knife. What's he going to do? Cut a bitch? Yes, he's going to cut a bitch. And we should probably try to stop that from happening next time. So now we're finding out that at least this one guy faked his qualifications, forged certificates, and got a job as a pilot and flew all over a continent. Great. Did he learn how to take off and land? Because I've seen this movie before. According to at least the 9/11 hijackers took flying lessons, allegedly. According to the Daily Mail, which ran the story under the headline, "Unqualified captain flew passenger jets across Europe for months after forging certificates." Well, I mean, it's a wordy headline, but it does tell you what you need to know. The story first broke in European outlets, alleging that the pilot flew planes with hundreds of passengers on board for the Lithuanian wet lease airline Avion Express. The pilot in question was reportedly only certified as a co-pilot, but allegedly flew as a captain using forged documents. So when the captain got too fucked up, he takes over. Nope, he just had the plane on his own. German language aviation news website Aero Telegraph received a statement from Avion Express that confirmed it was investigating the incident. This guy flew for a long time before they actually caught him, which proves one thing. Being a pilot, not that difficult. Not that hard. Not that hard. Anybody can do it. Just fake the documents and you'll be fine. Thank God it happened in Europe. Jesus. If it would have happened here. Eagle of America gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Yeah, Bapa Shab says, did he do a good job? Well, here's the thing. If he was flying the planes and they were landing safely, I mean, shouldn't you technically give him his pilot's license? He's been crushing. Like, this guy didn't. Look, a lot of guys, they get their flight certificates in a simulator and shit like that. This guy was doing the real thing, trial by fire, and he was nailing it. You got to give him his license now. You don't punish him. He showed that he could do it. It's you guys who were behind. By the way, thank you very much to Eagle of America for gifting that membership. $75 away from perfection this week. Thank you so much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Keep it going. Let's do it. 75 away. That means 10 gifted memberships and then a $5. So 5 gifted memberships, 10 gifted memberships. We're good. Or, hey, you want to throw in a purple? You want to hit the Venmo or the PayPal? I'm not going to tell you which way you have to contribute to the show. All I know is we're $75 away from another perfect week. And you know they're going to fucking torture me tomorrow on Rumble Friday, so throw in a couple and show your appreciation. Hey, here's another reason why I'll never go on a fucking cruise ship. We have another guy who died on one. Now, I mean, dying on a cruise ship is one thing. Anybody can have a heart attack, whatever. It's that falling overboard shit. Like, they have videos on YouTube of, like, here's what happens if you fall overboard on a boat. And they're like 10-minute videos on what the boat will do. And it's like, that could be a 4-second video that's just you're fucked, kiss your ass goodbye. That's it. Like, you fall off. First of all, you're falling off a tall, giant cruise ship. That's going to suck, number one. And then number two, you're going to have, giant waves. You're going to have potentially icy cold water, predators in the water. I don't like that they give people hope that, if you fall off a ship, you might make it. You're done. What happens if you fall off a cruise ship? Here's one. What happens if you fall off a skyscraper? Really? Do we need to have that conversation? What happens if you fall off a skyscraper? Use your fucking imagination. Here is why you do not want to fall off a ship. Oh, here you go, guys. I didn't know I didn't want to fall off a ship.
You're on a cruise enjoying a holiday. You lean up against the railing, taking in the view, your eyes to the sky, a fresh cocktail in your hands. Up until now, the weather has been quite pleasant, the sea calm. But over the last few hours, dark clouds have rolled in, blotting out the sun, and the sea's kicked up to a nasty chop. Those out on deck, who have been enjoying a drink with their friends or activities with their families all day, now duck inside for shelter. Then it occurs to you in that moment, the only thing standing between you and the monstrous seas below is the metal railing of the ship you've been leaning against.
Yeah, so get the fuck away from it, how about? I feel like that railing is so tall, though, that you'd have to climb over and, try to jump.
Suddenly, you hear a crew member barking into their radio the words, "Oscar, Oscar, Oscar." The ship comes to a stop and starts a
You'd be like, oh my God, Oscar De La Hoya's on the ship? I love him. And he does shitloads of coke.
You and the other passengers exchange confused and worried glances, and then a name begins to be repeated over the ship's loudspeaker. The situation becomes clear.
Dipshit McAsshole has fallen overboard. Dipshit McAsshole has fallen overboard. Fuck him.
Passenger has just gone overboard, and your leisurely holiday has now turned into a rescue mission.
All right, here we go. Remember, guys, the name of this video is Why You Don't Want to Fall Off a Cruise Ship. Again, 13-minute video. Feel like it could have been an email.
The idea of a passenger falling overboard from a ship might seem somewhat archaic. It was, after all, more common in the age of sailing ships, where safety regulations, ship design, and crew training were not yet as advanced as they are today.
Oh, and they didn't go get you back in those days either. When they were sailing, where people fucking died crossing the Atlantic. You fell overboard, they were like, oh, shit, oh. And that's all they do. Here's what they do. They reach back. They go, oh, whoa, oh. There you go. I mean, they give you a courtesy reach, even though you were already 60 feet away. The minute you fell off, they go, oh, shit, we get up. Sorry. This train is moving, Ruth.
As early as the late 19th century, ships began to introduce more widespread safety measures to prevent passengers from falling overboard. And today's cruise ships come equipped even with features like man-overboard detection systems that will automatically alert the crew in the event of a passenger falling off the ship. But we'll go over those in more detail later on. Despite these advancements, accidents still do occur, with some 325 people going over ships.
Dude, I have such a fear of the expanse of the ocean and falling in, and then there's fucking big things everywhere. There's creatures. I'm just in a giant fucking thing, the biggest thing I've ever been in. And there's all kinds of, and some could pick at your feet no. This is terrifying to me. What could come out of the darkness?
Ferries between the years 2000 to 2018.
Don't call me a fairy.
Reasons for these accidents range from slippery decks to poor lighting,
slippery
rough weather,
dicks,
and sheer human error.
You hear that, guys? You go on a cruise ship, there's going to be all kinds of slippery dicks. I would say no to Carnival. You slip on a dick, you fall overboard? It's worse than I thought.
Usually exacerbated by intoxication.
What?
But no matter what sent a passenger over the railing to begin with, once they're overboard, it becomes a race against time if they wish to have any hope of survival.
You're fucking dead, spoiler
Those who
alert.
fall overboard at night or with no witnesses tend to have the most grim outcome. Because once the ship has moved on from their position, it's unlikely they'll be spotted again because the ship can't double back in time. only around 17 to 25% of those who fall overboard are ever rescued, meaning that time is of the absolute essence if a passenger is to be recovered after a fall. Historically, man...
Oh, it'd be awful because your will to survive would keep you treading water for a while. But in the back of your head, you're like, I'm going to die. And I'm going to die in a horrifically awful way. Like, I'm going to not be able to tread water anymore. I'm going to go beneath the waves. I'm going to just suck in seawater until my fucking lungs don't work and I pass out. And then if something doesn't eat me on the way down, my body and my corpse will be slowly crushed by the pressuring ocean. I'm trying to do a positive show today.
Overboard incidents, or MOBs as they're referred to in the maritime industry, aren't really tracked or analyzed that much because they're kind of seen as something as a blip on the radar, an outlier from...
No, they don't want to report it because it makes people not want to go on cruises. Dude.
Events. But one man, Ross Klein of the Memorial University of Newfoundland, has been tracking MOB data since 2000 to give us a better picture of the modern-day statistics surrounding these incidents. The data has proved invaluable to demonstrate an important aspect of safety at sea that's generally ignored. But the fact that these records only go back as far as the year 2000 underlines how little of that data has been publicly known throughout history. While
you don't need to know the public data on men overboard on cruise ships because it doesn't do anything for you. Like, keep your ass away from the fucking railing, don't lean over it, and don't be an idiot. How many people have fallen overboard shouldn't inform your decision making.
Klein's records have given us a much greater understanding of the frequency of MOBs since the new millennium. There's still much to be learned from these occurrences. It might be tempting to believe that the slim odds of survival and falling overboard on a modern cruise ship would mean that man overboard incidents in the age of the ocean liner must have been essentially a death warrant. But stories exist of passengers taking a spill from the decks of ocean liners back in the day and living to tell the tale. On November 4th, 1907, a trimmer intentionally jumped overboard from the German liner SS Bremen.
All right, bye, asshole.
An alarm was immediately sounded because somebody saw him, and the ship was turned around back toward the trimmer's position. A lifeboat was lowered quickly with an officer and 4 sailors aboard to ferry him back to safety. Having clearly changed his mind about his intentions, the trimmer was quickly spotted swimming strongly enough to keep up with the rough seas, and within half an hour he was safely back on board his ship.
Did they hit him with one of those oars first?
Years earlier, in March 1901, a crew member of the SS Austral lost his footing during a boat drill and slipped overboard into the sea. A keen sailor's instinct kicked in, and he promptly swam away from the ship as he hit the water to avoid being sucked in toward the propeller.
Ah, okay, that's another scary one. You fall and you get sucked into the propeller and you get turned into chop meat. All right, question for the chat. We know enough now about falling overboard. If you have to fall overboard and die, which way would you like to go? Do you want to tread water as long as you can and hope somebody comes and picks you up, or do you want to go right into the propeller and just get turned into shit? Your call. Abletitious says you didn't count my gifted membership towards the goal, Dunkov. Oh, did you gift one? I'm sorry. There was Eagle of America. There was... Where did I miss Abletitious's gifted membership? I trust you, so I believe it. I feel like a retard. There's Eagle of America. Okay, well, I missed the goddamn thing. What a dick. $70 away from the goal and 88 memberships away from 500. Thank you, guys. Hey, keep it up. Let's get that thing under 50, huh? Before the big rally. Papa Shop says sharks. Definitely sharks. Yeah. Great way to get away from the wife. No, it's a terrible way to do it. Brian says, how many dudes have had it and jump overboard to get away from the wife and the family? I don't. It's a terrible way to get away from them. Anawal says, can I just die on impact? Yeah, I mean, I guess you could, right? Just the force of hitting the water from that height. Hopefully, Sam Show says, hopefully the impact with the water does all that needs to be done. Well, let's see. How tall is a cruise ship? 200 feet. How far do you have to fall to die? 90 to 100 feet is a 100% mortality rate. So, yeah, you fall 200 feet from the top of a cruise ship, the water might just take care of you. There you go. Hit that water head first. It'll jack your neck back, break your neck, and you'll just die. You'll be fine. I want to sink until the pressure makes me implode. Cleaner says, hope a Kraken uses your body as a dildo. Now, see, that would be a horrible. So the Kraken would shove you up its ass? That's how you want to go? I mean, it's a story, but you're not going to be able to tell it to anybody. Zen Man says, I would pray to Neptune for him to rescue me and give me the powers of Aquaman. That's creative. That could work too. All right, guys, $70 away from perfection this week. Let's land the rest of it. Let's bring it in for a landing. Let's bring this one in for a W in the next 20 minutes here. The Alan Dershowitz clip. We never got to this today. Why don't we? This is more to do with the Trump Epstein stuff that came out yesterday. My thing with Alan Dershowitz is I don't trust him at all. Because this guy is so wrapped up in all the Epstein stuff. He says that he can't release what he has because of Congress. I think he's waiting until people release shit that show what he did with the Epstein stuff. And then he's like, all right, nuclear option. I'm going to release everything I have on everyone else. Because remember, Dershowitz was not only Epstein's attorney, but he was at the island. He was on the plane. I mean, Dershowitz was there. So to think that Dershowitz, who's a smart guy, doesn't have his blackmail ready, he knows. Dershowitz knows. Let's watch Alan Dershowitz on Piers Morgan yesterday. While that's happening, can you guys throw in some memberships, drop some money in? We'll call this thing a win. We're very close. Let's do it. Now, I know we're not supposed to get a win before we play the music and the light. But I would feel good at about $50 before we fire up the music and the light. I'll compromise with you. So here's Dershowitz. This is Dershowitz on Piers Morgan's show, dropping this bomb about the Epstein files.
Depositions out there. The depositions include depositions of Virginia Giuffre. They include depositions of other alleged accusers. And these judges, not the White House. The White House has no control. When judges seal materials, there's Judge Preska, there's Judge, I can name two or three other judges.
Go ahead.
And the New York Times and Piers Morgan ought to be making an application to these judges and demanding that these transcripts be revealed.
What I'm seeing here, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm seeing here is I'm seeing a man who knows that the noose is tightening. I'm seeing a man who knows that, it's kind of serene, Dershowitz seems like a guy who's come to acceptance with the fact that people are going to know, and they're probably going to know relatively soon in political terms. And that Dershowitz's idea is, Dershowitz is doing what Trump should be doing. He's saying, well, if I got to go down and they're going to release this shit, I want everything out there so everybody gets burned, because when this shit gets released, Dershowitz will probably get lost in the shuffle. Dershowitz won't be one of the names they remember. They'll remember Clinton. They'll remember Trump. They'll remember Gates. They'll remember big names like that. Dershowitz will be low on the list, and he might skate. So he's doing the smart thing. He's like, hey, why don't you guys release it all? Get all the Epstein stuff out there. I like this. He's going with the suicide option. Even Mark Lamont Hill's looking at him going, bro, come on. Like, Mark Lamont Hill knows this motherfucker's guilty. He's like, are you really saying that they should release all the Epstein files? Like, I agree with you, but you? Yeah. Him. This is what Trump should be doing right now. Instead of ignoring it. And they're going, Donald, they say you're in the Epstein files. They're saying you're in the Epstein files. He goes, you want to know who else is in there? And then all of it. Go.
Because if there are any smoking guns, if there are any serious accusations, they're in deposition transcripts, in my case, in the case of Ghislaine Maxwell and in other civil cases that have been sealed. I have been trying to get all these depositions unsealed, and these judges won't do it. So let's put the blame where the blame belongs, on federal judges who are protecting some people. And that
is anyone else, like, I know we've had a stressful show in terms of the news and the tech issues and stuff. Is anyone else, is your heart just lightened by this? Like watching all of these animals just start to pick at each other, and the turn is starting to happen, and they're starting to, you know, some are saying release it all, and some are saying don't, and some are jumping ship, and some are changing their mind. I love watching these people squirm. I love watching them panic. This shit is great. And everyone on this panel is creeped the fuck out because they're like, you ghoulish looking motherfucker, you're in all this stuff.
That shouldn't be happening.
Alan,
so let's get everything out there, including
I think we're mixing
the
apples and oranges here.
Yeah, no, sorry. I want to make sure that people understand the depositions that Alan is talking about represent about 3% of what would be considered the Epstein files. That's the estimate on that. So 97%
I don't agree.
documents.
I don't agree with that.
That's the
Dershowitz like, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. What do you mean? Releasing all the file? No, don't release the other 97. I just want the 3%. Dershowitz is saying, like, I just want the shit that I know about to get out there, because I know the shit that I know about doesn't make me look so bad. So Dershowitz doesn't want the mysterious stuff getting out there.
I bet that's
the 90. Alan,
it's more than
10%
10%.
of the documents that haven't been released are in control of the White House and the DOJ.
He's twitching. He's fucking twitching.
Yes, there are some things that are under seal, but the
no,
vast
they
majority
can't, because they can't get the judges. It'll never end as long as judges are sealing
documents.
depositions.
That's correct, Alan, but it is
misleading.
But
the other.
Well, let's get them out there. I know what's in those documents. I know something you don't know. I know what's in those documents. That's why it's so important to get these.
I like that. I don't know who that guy is, but I like him. That's awfully convenient for you, Alan. Oh, this guy is trying to star a David his way out of this one. Oh, boy, I love this shit. Peers keep having people who might be in the Epstein files on there. I love watching these guys wiggle like a worm on a hook. Go back. I got to watch that again. I'm taking too much enjoyment out of this. Dude, I'm going to enjoy like the first month of the revolution. I really am. I'm going to enjoy the first month. But you know they're going to come for all of us eventually. But that first month when they're getting the big, meaty, fat targets, oof. Watching them just go, no, but I'm your friend. I know so many secrets. I know things you don't know. I can help. Watching him be fucking Benny in The Mummy.
And as long as judges are sealing depositions.
That's correct, Alan, but it is misleading.
But the other.
Well, let's get them out there. I know what's in those documents. I know something you don't know. I know what's in those documents. That's why it's so important to get these judicial documents out there. I want them out there. If the judge will give me permission, I have them in my possession. My lawyers have them. Judge, let me give them to Pierce Morgan. I want to give them to Pierce Morgan. Why, Judge, are you preventing me from disclosing?
I'm the victim here, Judge. Why don't you let me be the good man that I want to be? I want to be such a good person. This judge won't let me. You all have no idea how hard this is on someone like me. I have digestive issues. It is amazing that Dershowitz is now the victim in all this. You know, really, you would say that I'm the last victim of Jeffrey Epstein. Fucking Dershowitz, man. He's colorful and he can't keep his mouth shut. He rules.
Material that would be very, very important in putting a whole picture on this thing.
Well, I agree we should put those things out.
Okay, I want to bring in. Hang on, guys. I want to bring in Mark Lamont Hill. Mark. Aside from this, we also have the ongoing situation with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Don't worry. She's cool. She's got a laptop, a puppy, and a personal chef. She'll be cool.
Democrats have said this week that she's preparing to formally ask President Trump to commute her federal prison sentence.
Oh, thank God.
She's obviously now in a less strict prison as we speak.
Sure.
She told the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche in an interview earlier this year that she never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way.
Oh, well, then it's
didn't
settled.
Ever recall seeing Trump at Epstein's house, although she had seen him at social settings. What's interesting?
See, that's what I mean. I think what somebody sent in today claiming that was Virginia Giuffre, I think that was the recent comments made by Ghislaine Maxwell.
Interesting about that, I think, is that these emails seem to suggest that she must have known Trump had been at Epstein's house because Epstein's emailing her about it. So rather like with
Mr. Dershowitz, I'm just going to stare at your face the entire time to see if I can get a read on you, buddy.
Andrew, the artist formerly known as Prince, although he's not an artist.
Attaboy, Pierce.
Rather like him, he's being...
Wait a minute. Everybody but Alan Dershowitz laughed at that one. This guy is shitting his pants right now. I mean, at that age, it's hard to help.
Being damned in a way by these email leaks contradicting their public statements. And then if you think, well, if she's lying about that, if she's lying about knowing that Trump had been at Epstein's house, which seems to be the case, what else is she lying about? And obviously, she has a vested interest in saying whatever it takes to get Trump to commute her sentence. So all of that is going on.
Alan Dershowitz looks like someone's trying to feed him a spoonful of diarrhea off camera.
As well.
Yeah, I mean, if I were sitting in a prison and Donald Trump were the person who could get me out, I would say that I saw the JFK assassination. I mean, it doesn't matter what the thing is. If I need someone to get out, credibility is shot from Maxwell, but not just for her. And I think that's what makes this so messy. And to beat the dead horse, that's why we need all the information.
But see, that's why she's valuable to Trump, though. So you can say, like, she's not credible anymore, right? But she will sing to high heaven that Trump has nothing to do with this, and they'll let her go. She has a bargaining chip, and she wants to use it. But, oh, my God, Dershowitz. Like, I will never feel bad for Alan Dershowitz. But watching him struggle and watching him just go, like, like he's trying to digest a meal. Oh, I could put that on a loop all day. Carlos Cameo says, any day we see Alan Dershowitz suffering is a good day indeed. Yes. Yes. I love watching Alan Dershowitz suffer. Dr. Doom says that lawyer will blow his brains out if the files get released. Dirty pedo cunt. Yeah, I don't know what Dershowitz is doing by saying, oh, no, I want them to get out there, because I'm such a victim of what's been going on with all these Epstein things. You understand? So I would like everyone to see what's going on with Jeffrey. They can see how wronged I was. Shh. Isn't he a lawyer? Alan, you're a lawyer. Follow your own advice. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, Papa Job says, listen to your defense attorney. Shut up. Yeah, quiet. I'm thinking of going on Piers Morgan to defend my good name. I'll kick the shit out of you, brother. You're not going on Piers Morgan. No, I'm going to yell at a bunch of judges who have information about Epstein. Are you retarded? God damn it. No, it's okay. I've been a lawyer for long enough. There's going to be a Schwarzer there and a couple of white guys in beards. I think I can trick them. Get this. I'm going to tell them that I want the files released. Alan, if you go on that show, I'm going to throw you off a cruise ship. What the fuck are you... I can't imagine being Alan Dershowitz's other attorney right now is a very enjoyable thing to be. No, you don't understand. I will ask for a selective amount of case files to be released. I'll even say that I have them, and I'll threaten to release them. Alan, I will cut your cock off and shove it up your ass. What are you doing? I'm begging you to stop. I think it's a great idea. I think Piers would love to talk to me. And that Schwarzer will be none the wiser. Oh, our old buddy Alan. Old Al Dershowitz just playing three-dimensional chess while the rest of us are monkeys flinging shit in India. All right, guys, what do you say? Should we fire it up? We got $70 to make. $70 stands between the toe and a perfect week for the toe. And this would be a big one because we did it without YouTube mostly. And we also did it with massive technical issues today. So here's what I say. Light the lamp. Is it going? It's good. You guys say that we can't do it without the WPH. Well, let's WPH it up. Fire up the music. Throw in your memberships, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We'll run through the song twice. If we hit the goal, I'll try to get Alan Dershowitz's documents released. Just $70 away. That means just a handful of you throwing in a little chunk, and we've got this thing done. Do it up and do it big. $70 stands between us and perfection. We also have done it with only one person over $100 this week, and that is huge. Keep it up. All right, guys, we're bone dry so far, but let's get it done. By the way, Ablititious now at 65. Thank you very much. Come on. We got nothing. We got nothing. We need to make a move. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. YouTube, you guys have done nothing to make me believe that we should continue on this platform. I will be honest. Let's go. It can't be zero. Oh, sorry, Ablititious. $67. Guys, perfection. This is my most stressful day of the week because it's perfection on the line. You miss on Monday, who gives a shit? You miss on Thursday, God damn it. So close. Let's go, baby, let's go. We can't go the first round of Erica with 0 and expect to hit 70. Time to take some pity on the toe. $70 away. Come on, guys. Good. It's getting bad. It's getting depressingly bad. It's getting embarrassingly bad. Listen to the music. $70. It starts with the smallest step. We've only got 3 minutes left. All right, that's round one. Fire up round two. Did we go? We can't have gone. We went 0. Oh my God. We went 0 in the first. Guys, pity time. Pity time. Come on. We can't do 0. You can't beg for money and get 0. That's like death. That's too humiliating. Give us a fighting fucking chance. Fighting through all the tech issues, all the hatred, all the disgusting shit that the toe has conquered. And $70. Guys, we've been perfect for like months, almost a year. Just a few memberships. Let's go. A few purples. Don't let MSO win. You're just staring at me uncomfortably. It's weird. We did a really great show, and this is what they're going to remember. Me stress sweating. We got 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Oh, God. I mean, I thought 70 was fait accompli. I thought we had this thing. Oh, God. Come on. Something. Pity. Drop a red boy in there. Fuck. Oh, no. Dude, it's one thing to miss. It's another thing to play the music and get 0. 0. 70 away. I mean it. Let's go. Come on. Minute and a half. What do I have to do? What do I have to do? minute and a half. I'll give you the 5 minutes back. Just don't let us lose with 0 in the rally. Is it a meltdown? Do we need a meltdown? Because this is humiliating. This is bad. You have no idea. I've been nice and cool the entire morning. I'm soaked now. All right, a minute left. Jesus Christ, somebody fucking do something. I don't care if we hit it or not. Just don't let it be 0. This isn't funny anymore. It was funny for a second. It's not funny. $70 away. We've been crushing it all morning. Approachable with $1 says, there, I made your wish come true. It wasn't a 0 for the rally. This is terrible. This is bad. Somebody do something. 40 seconds left. I'm leaving. This is really bad. I'm frozen. Bro, not only a failure. Now, I mean, I guess technically you could say if Rumble Link Friday goes crazy, we got a shot. But, oh my God, I can't. I can't. Nope, I can't even. This was bad. If you guys feel like taking pity after the show, we had a failed week. I mean, we can do better. We can do better on Rumble Friday, but this, whew. Guys, this epic fail for the toe today. Epic fail. If listen, don't get mad at me. If you don't like the toe, this should be a huge day for you. Oh, but Aaron, you had a great show. Oh, but Aaron, you did an amazing job. Doesn't matter. We have had, I don't even remember what this feels like. It's been so long since it's happened. A miss. Not just a miss. The needle didn't move in the last 5 minutes. All right, well, guys, I tell you what. I don't need to sit here and cope some more. You know? I know when I'm not wanted. Abletitia said, it's better to burn out than to fade away. Tough L to take. Main Vein with $20 says, here's my lunch money for the day. Since donating to the show, my Dunlap and Moobs have gotten smaller while yours appear to be getting better. Thanks, Aaron. White power forever. Well, that puts us 55 away from today. So, okay, we didn't have a perfect week. We missed by 55 instead of missing by, what was it? Instead of missing by 70. By the way, that now puts Main Vein at 100. Randy K at 95. Abolititious in 4th. Gay Cuckling in Central Booking. Happy Wawa in Central. No, Gay Cuckling is in Central Booking. I knew I did that wrong. Well, guys, I should get out of here. This has been embarrassing enough. This has been bad enough. We did miss by 55 today. If you want to push that forward, you know where to go. Thank you, Main Vein, for helping us out that bit so we didn't go totally 0. Take it easy. I'll see you later. Yes, approachable. I checked Venmo. Don't worry, it was nothing. $2 from Shuli Madoff says, Trump sure likes cheese pizza. Oh, boy, does he ever. Well, now, if we had 50 come in, that's a win for the toe. We did hit 400 memberships today. I mean, I could continue. Do you think we could make $50? I mean, we hit 400. So if we hit 400 memberships, I do technically owe you another half hour of content. What do you think? Should we give it the old college try? Should we stream a little longer to try and have a perfect week? And I know what you're thinking, Aaron, are you that vain? Well, I guess that answers the question unto itself. I'm lighting the lamp. We're going to go. Have I burned through all my stories today? Yep, sure have. But we're going to talk some shit for another 25 minutes. We're going till 11 today because I want to hit that 50 and I want to have a perfect week. And you can't sit here and complain about it. You got to do more content. You want to get paid more money, you got to do more work. Light the fucking lamp and let's talk about crime statistics. What do you think? Somebody too says that a boy. You're goddamn right. We're $50 away. I think it can still be done. On a Wall says go back to the Shapiro interview. I'm gonna get so mad though. Like, do you really want me just getting up? Well, that's a stupid question. I was going to say, do you guys really just want me getting upset? You know, the angry, the anger makes me feel thinner. I will admit that. Here's some news. We've been talking about this movie quite a bit since our economy's been, oh no. Oh, God. What the fuck? Oh, this is gross. All right, we got a couple things we can go over now. Apparently, Mersh was posting to Twitter like an emo girl last night. I think I've got to give him some advice before he just completely has a meltdown. Oh, shit. Well, let's do a couple of things. Let's do some shit. Let's make $50. Let's call this a win for the toe, and let's call it a perfect week. Thank you, Radman Racing, for the $5. You guys want to go? Let's look at this. I just saw this on Twitter. This is completely unfiltered. Jesse PS retweeted this. That's how I saw it. It says, caught in a bad romance. King Cuck Mersh is now posting like an emo girl from the mid-2000s. It's over, Mersh sisters. Oh, no. Oh, God. No, it's like a breakup thing. Oh. What time was it at? 6:02 in the morning. Oh, fuck. Is this because of the Scarlet thing? So if you don't know what's been happening, here's the deal. So Mersh had this girl passed on to him. There's some e-thought. So, and she like kind of looks like a dude and she's chump. It's like, I don't want to judge whatever, but like these guys treated her like she's Helen of Troy, you know? And her, like, she's talking to Mersh, she's talking to Ralph. She's got like an e-pimp who's like pimping her out to these guys. So Mersh at first has the perfect instincts. He's like, get the fuck away from all this shit. It's terrible for you. Stay away. Have whatever shit makes you like me, have it surgically removed. Brilliant. Handled it perfectly. So she goes down and she fucks Ethan Ralph. And her and Ethan Ralph stream together for a while, and then she goes back home. And then after she goes back home, she goes and fucks Mersh because she's got self-respect. So then, what's her name? Ice Dagger, Ice Danger, Ice... Somebody call him Dagger Pussy. I don't know. Either way. So now all this stuff, she's going around, she's fucking her way to the bottom. And Mersh starts to brag like, hey, Ethan, I fucked this girl, blah, blah, blah. Ethan Ralph, like a classy gentleman, goes, well, she ate my ass. How's my poop taste? It just stays really classy like that for a long period of time. And then now, apparently, I don't know if Mersh is having some emo boy moment. Meanwhile, while all this is going on, Mersh is like simp DMing Scarlett Hampton, the Matt Mead lady. Anyway, this is getting way too deep. This is the gayest shit I think I've seen in a long time. Mersh put up some kind of like creepy, ghoulish Halloween costumes, and then there's a little girl hiding from them. And he tweeted out at 6:09 in the morning, so he's probably hammered. I know you're coming in the night like a thief. Oh, I know you're coming in the nightlife like a thief. Is he writing poetry? Oh, this is gay. But I've had some time alone to hone my lying technique. I know you think I'm someone you can trust, but I'm scared I'll get scared, and I swear I'll try to nail you back up. Oh, he's writing poetry. Oh, God, I can just imagine there was like a Paramore or a Fall Out Boy album playing in the background. Don't do this. So do you think we can work out a sign so I'll know it's you and it's over and I won't even try? You're in your 40s. Stop this. This was depressing to watch when a friend of yours did it when they were 17. You're in your 40s. You're pushing 50, for Christ's sake. You've got a wonky eye and a drinking problem. At least have a cool drinking problem where you go, fuck this bitch. You know, I never thought I'd say this before. Be more like Ralph. At least Ralph is entertaining when he crashes out over some chick leaving him. And by the way, Mersh, we've all seen the lady. You're gonna be fine. Mersh, take advice from other Mersh. Cut whatever part out of you that wrote this. Have it surgically removed. Oh, and I'm not attacking anyone. This is bad. That's embarrassing. It's really bad. The person who posted it said, caught in a bad romance. King Cuck Mersh is now posting like an emo girl from the mid-2000s. It's over, Mersh sisters. I mean, look, Mersh is a cockroach. He'll come back from this. Don't get me wrong. It's just fucking gay. Lance then wrote, take this down. Ralph is going to use this against you. Oh, my God. Dub says Mersh posted this. Yes. What fucking 2008 MySpace profile did he rip this from? 09 Canyon says, I wouldn't bang a chick who let Ralph tag her, but allegedly Ralph didn't get it in, so it's no big deal. You don't think Ralph got it in? That's cope. That's cope. Dub says, Mersh tomorrow. My account was hacked. Ugh. You came into my life like a thief in the night. You disappeared as quickly and left my soul on ice. Will I ever move on? Will I repair? Will I burn in my despair, or like a phoenix, rise? This is not my story to tell. I'm sorry. This is not my story. It's Ethan Ralph's story to tell, I think. What did, Lance, the Lance News Network commented on it and said, take this down. Ralph is going to use this against you. It's too late. It's too late, dude. Almost died of cringe when I saw this. Lyric posting was gay when people were doing it on MySpace 20 years ago. Ralph came into his chat and derailed his whole show last night. He admitted multiple times he got cucked and she ate Ralph a butt. Then he got pissed and ended the stream. What?
Song after song after song. And I finally had to walk up to him. I'm like, you guys aren't even drinking? 'Cause I was going to buy him drinks. No.
Okay, this is something different. What is this clip?
Oh, no, we're not tonight. We're just Rumble. I just forgot. I am rushing tonight. I had to go food shopping. I went to Publix tonight. I went to the laundromat tonight. I was cleaning my house tonight.
That's it? That's all? Oh, they clipped that and they said manic depressive. That just sounds like a guy doing a show talking about the shit he did with his day. That's pretty normal for a show, I'll admit. Oh, that's humiliating. I honestly, I'm sad that I gave us an extra half hour now. Now I'm sad about the extra half hour because that cannot be allowed to stand. I'm sad that I read that. I'm actually sad that I had to read that. I hope everybody's okay. Take away all the sharp objects. Take away all the pills that are in the house. Let's make this a safe place. Maybe, you know what? Maybe even turn off the water. You don't want a guy loading up the tub with water and just slipping into that quiet good night. Let's, I don't know. Sam Show says he goes to Publix because the people there are forced to talk to you. I mean, Publix, it's high rolling. It's high rolling in the Publix. All right, guys. Hey, who are we to fucking brag? Who are we to brag? We're $50 away. We're $50 away from perfection. We're not exactly lighting the world on fire. We're 10 gifted memberships away from perfection and 15 minutes away from a second failure today. So let's not act like we're hot shit, all right? There but for the grace of God go I. Pray by 12 becoming a member for 8 months. Says, so you're getting off YouTube, so don't renew. No, renew your memberships. We'll stay on YouTube. I just hate them. I'll take their money. But they squeeze our reach because we talk about Israel and we talk about politics. Really it is like YouTube is doing social conditioning where they want people to just like drama and slop because it's low IQ shit. And then they'll squeeze off and strangle people who talk about like real news and stuff like that because they don't want people thinking about that shit. So do the harmless, low IQ, low brain shit. And that's what YouTube will do to kind of cultivate the masses. You know? Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says 15 minutes. We got this. Well, I don't know, man. They talked me into doing the extra half hour. I kind of owed it to them because we hit 400 memberships. You know, every 100 we hit, we owe an extra half hour. But we got to start moving because, as you know, we were at 70 at like 9:45, and that ain't moving. $25 in an hour? I want that 50. I wish we would have missed by 150. I could be done by now. I would have never tried. I would have said, well, you know, you win some, you lose some. But $50 from perfection? Fuck that noise. Let's go. Let's go. So I was talking about that movie, The Big Short, that I watched like 2 or 3 times in jail because I'm cool. And I went to jail like a cool guy does. And the movie The Big Short is very informative. It's really good, and it's very entertaining. The guy from The Big Short that Christian Bale played, Michael Burry, the guy who basically started the whole shorting the housing market thing, the guy who saw this coming, brilliant investor, he has now deregistered his hedge fund amid bets against AI titans. Now, I don't know what this means, but this was breaking news that's trending just now. Michael Burry, the investor known for his successful bets against the U.S. housing market in 2008, has deregistered Scion Asset Management, his hedge fund. The Securities and Exchange Commission's database shows Scion's registration as terminated as of November 10th. Deregistering would imply that the fund is not required to file reports with the regulator or any state. Bets by Scion, which managed $155 million in assets as of March, have long been dissected for hints of looming bubbles and signs of market froth. Ugh, it's a gross term. Investment funds that manage more than $100 million of capital are required to register with the Securities and Exchange Commission. In a post on social media platform X on Wednesday, Burry said, "On to much better things, November 25th. Scion Asset Management did not immediately respond to a Reuters return for comment." He has stepped up criticism of technology heavyweights, including NVIDIA and Palantir. That's Palantir is J.D. Vance's guy, Peter Thiel, questioning the cloud infrastructure boom and accusing major providers of using aggressive accounting to inflate profits from their massive hardware investments. In his post on X, Burry said he spent about $9.2 million buying up about 50,000 put options on Palantir, saying that the options would allow him to sell the stock at $50 a piece in 2027. The put options convey the right to sell shares at a set price in the future and are typically bought to express a bearish or defensive view, meaning it's going to go down. Palantir's shares were trading at $178 on Thursday, giving the company a market value of $422 billion. So he's saying that within less than 2 years, that stock price will go from 178 to 50. And see, because this guy called the housing market, now he could be wrong. He could be reading all of the tea leaves wrong on this, but because he's the guy who called the housing market, they think he knows something. You know? They think that he's got some secret window into this deal. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, is members only after this? I'll look, dude, I'll get a members only in. Right now, I'm licking my wounds. We're doing an extra half hour today. That $50 is not moving. We're 10 gifted memberships away from getting a W. We need some fucking help to be perfect this week. It's $50 would really... It wouldn't make a difference. You're right. It would not make a difference, but it would kill me egotistically. It would be an ego death. That's for sure. So, please. Please. The chats are dead. Nothing's moving. Give us some help. Oh, look at this. MGD, who I like, MGD on Twitter, says Aaron Imholt was right about JMO, unhinged lunatic. Hey, bro, this JMO guy has been a fucking lunatic from day one. I get tired of calling this shit, and then people go, what are you talking about, Toe? What are you talking? And I'm just like, just fucking wait. Friday, I was proven right about everything I've said the last 2 years. Now this MGD saying Aaron was right about JMO, unhinged lunatic. The guy came on the scene of streaming by sitting in his car. Any retard who sits and makes a video in their car is a problem, all right? That's what fat black girls on TikTok do to complain about Trump. So he's like this, and he's yelling at Kevin Brennan for blocking him on Twitter. He's yelling at a nobody for blocking another nobody on Twitter. That's unhinged, psychotic behavior. I'm sorry. I'd love to take a victory lap for this one, but you finding out that I was right about this is not like a big win for me. It's a big L for everyone else who didn't see it from a mile away when it happened. I don't know what to tell you. Numero Uno says, are you sure the movie you watched wasn't called The Big Shirt? Oh, because my shirt is big. I have a big shirt. Thank you. MSO says it's the big shit. No, today's show has been the big shits. I mean, the show was good. But we could use something to make that. We just did a half hour for free, didn't we? We just did a half hour for free. Richard Head says, Aaron gay. There, the chat's not dead. Hey, that'll get it going. Where's this clip? All right. What is this? Tukey drops N-bomb minutes into appearance on NJ Ranger. What? He just cut loose with it?
What's the Mark Twain quote? I think it's Mark Twain that like better to shut
Hello,
up
nigger
and have-
Joe.
It's N-word Jim, but that's okay, Tukey. That's fine. It's not it's not an actual Mark Twain quote. He never said that. But I understand the spirit in which
What's the Mark Twain quote? I think it's Mark Twain that like better to shut
Hello,
up
nigger
and have-
Joe.
Oh, YouTube terms of service.
Oh,
I'm trying
yeah.
to get my channel.
Oh, sorry.
Well, that was also, yeah, he did write that. But
no, he didn't write those words. And it's Jim, you uneducated boobs. It's N-word Jim. Have some appreciation for literature, for God's sake. Aboliticious gifting a membership, and numero uno Josh Denny fan says N-bombs bring in donations. That's disgusting that I have to win that way. Thank you very much, Aboliticious. Guys, $45 away. Victor, can you do me a favor? Can you get me that Tukey clip, and can you bleep out the N-word but leave part of it in? And we're going to use that as our new $20 drop. Victor, can you do that for me? Pretty please. Oh, my God. $45 away from today's goal. 7 minutes left. If that doesn't start a rally, I don't know what to tell you. That was funny, though. Oh, my God. You know what's funny about it? Is Tukey is clearly like has a bigger channel and a bigger show than those guys, so he's doing those guys a favor by coming onto their channel. This is the brilliance of Rocco. Is he knows those guys are super excited. He knows they're pumped to have him because their little channel will get a few more viewers because he'll tweet it out there. And then he's like, I know these guys are pumped to have me here. I know they're going to get huge numbers. So I'm just going to totally take a shit on their channel and say the N-word right up front and just cause them to fucking panic and make them deal with it. That is, boys and girls, that's comedy. Nomo says, I think Victor's just going to bleep out the Joe part. No. Victor. Bleep out the part of the N-word, not the... You're right. You know what? I should be very, very clear about this. I don't want the Joe part bleeped out. Micron with $10 says, pity dono because this is bad. I agree. Hey, we are accepting all pity donos today. All pity donos are being accepted. A little less than $40 away from today's goal. Give him the 10.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
Thank you very much. Looks like we're going to miss by 40 today. We got about 5 minutes left. But missing by 40 is a rough one. Missing by 40 is really tough today. But hey, everybody's educated on H-1B visas. I'm happy about that. We know where all the pedophiles are hiding on Piers Morgan's show. And anybody who ever comes across any kind of what's his name? Alan Dershowitz. Anybody who comes across Alan Dershowitz on an interview saying shit he's not supposed to say or visibly trembling like the toe not hitting the goal, send that shit to me and put it right in my veins, man. I'm telling you. All right, guys. Let's do it No, I'm not going to play the music. I can't play the music. I can't play the music one more time for another loss. We can't have 2 losses in one day. So $40. If you guys feel like throwing in a couple in the next 4 minutes, boy, would I appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. $40 away from a perfect week. I can't donate it to myself. I would donate it to myself, but that would be a breach of ethics and a breach of the rules just to call it a perfect week for the toe. And if we if we make a shitload on Rumble Friday tomorrow, and that goes towards next week. So I can't use that to say it's a perfect week. So perfection has been missed. The streak is over. I think the streak was damn near a year old. All good things have to come to an end. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says we need Hitler, Hava, Nagila to get this done. You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to prove to you that they're against me today and they're not going to knock it out no matter what. I will do this. I'll play this just to show you that it's not going to work. Here you go. Here you go, guys. There he is. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I just want to be clear, this is not going to work. And I think the audience is dead set on saying, Aaron, you're getting a little too big for your britches. We got to give you an L. Sorry, bud. What the fuck? I didn't know this was going to be what it was. What This is not okay. This is bad. It sounds like Hitler making... I don't care if we hit the goal now. This was an amazing find. This is offensive. This is terrible and offensive and awful. Oh, my. On a Wall with $2 says, you should have done more on Shapiro. Thank you. 35 away from perfection, if it can be done. I don't think it can be. $5 from Numero Uno says, nice try, Ento. 30 away from perfection. All right, it looks like we're going to miss by 30 today. We got a minute left. $30 left. This is terrible. I mean, both the missing the goal and this Hava Nagila thing. I didn't even know this existed. This is... Oh, just throw in the $30 and call it a win for the toe. Drop in a 50. Either way, I mean, playing this, we don't deserve a W today. He's so mad all the time. He never sounds happy. I have debased myself and my family today. Oh. He hit the high note. Sounds like he's gargling mouthwash. All right, guys, I'm out of here. That's it. I know when I'm not wanted. Oh, all good streaks have to come to an end. $30 we miss. That's set between us and perfection this week. Thank you guys very much. We'll be back tomorrow for Rumble Link Fridays, in which I'm sure I won't regret telling you guys I hate the 30-point buck. Have a great rest of your day. I'll see you again soon.